Ireland Digital Skillnet, and full potential. And the other in terms of our partners, whether they be enterprises, whether they be agencies such as Technology Ireland within IBEC and indeed Skillnet, or whether they be whole sectors, then it's really our job to help them achieve their strategic imperative on a scale in Ireland. And partly that story is embedded in what we've done with the product management programs and with a whole host of programs across the portfolio in TU Dublin. Specifically for product management, our partnership spans more than
And change can look different in so many ways in terms of changing ways of thinking within our team. Piece of it in terms of understanding how do we set our strategy, how do we monitor it, how do we know if it's working. So that, I feel like, is sort of the biggest challenge today, and I see it over and over and over. Then we're going to talk about some tactical tips I'd like to leave you guys with, and then some resources. So we'll get started. But what I want to make sure is that you guys, what I would like to see, what I want to see is that you guys have the takeaway that product ops can really help with these challenges, and hopefully I'll show you guys how. My friend Eamon has our Slido polls. I just want to see who's here today. So if you guys want to scan that, let's find out what you guys are doing. That always helps me customize the content. Oh, product folks, huh? Okay. No, we got, okay, fewer students than I expected. All righty. Majority of you guys product. 1% of product management. I promise I did product ops. I didn't vote for that. And then we got UX. All right, cool. That gives us all sense, too, of who's here today. Can we go to the next one, Eamon? Does your company, if you guys are working in a company, does it have prod ops today? Yes, no, maybe, a little bit, sort of. Okay. All right. And the yes, a year ago, you would have seen maybe 15%, so that really gives me a lot of excitement there. And the sort of is not unusual, especially in 2025. Okay, and then our final one, if we can do that. Where is your company most challenged today? And is it around impact, change, transparency and visibility, or all of that? We're struggling with all of it. All of the above. How did I guess? It's hard. Okay, that's kind of what I expected. All righty. Thanks, Eamon. We can go ahead and switch back to our regularly scheduled programming. Awesome. So there we go. My journey to product ops. So I want to share a little bit about that with you guys. So I was VP of product at a B2B SaaS company called Cision. It's a marketing technology platform. They do social listening, and they also have a really lucrative product, press releases. 90% margin, old-fashioned from like the 1960s. They've obviously digitized it. You can do that on a, anywhere you are if you're creating a press release, but that was really the bread and butter. I came to it. I was at Condé Nast, publisher of Vogue and Vanity Fair and The New Yorker, and I wanted to get out of media, but this was sort of media adjacent. And I got there, and my new boss said, do you want to have a data person to be thinking about the data? I was like, that would be cool. Could I have that? I didn't think I could. Yeah, let's do that. When I took this role also, I balanced a P&L, profit and loss. I'd never been in charge of that before. At Condé Nast, you see, privately held company. So we would launch programs, launch products, but we would not know how they did financially. We would understand from the engagement perspective, but no idea from the revenue perspective. So kind of like doing product with your arm tied behind your back. So I get to Cision, there's tons of revenue information. I don't know how to make sense of it. So I get very close to the chief financial officer. I'm like, can you explain this all to me? And he was thrilled because no one was ever interested in what he did. So got to learn a lot about that. And Cision was really where I cut my teeth and got to understand all of the financial and commercial implications of product management. And we're not going to go into that too much today, but if you guys are starting out in your career or thinking about how to develop your career, I'm sure Paddy would agree with me, this is an area where you can really stand out if you develop those commercial chops. Anyway, back to the product story. I was able to hire a product analyst, and then we hired a user researcher because we didn't have that. And then we hired someone that was sort of thinking about strategy and research together. And they were kind of like the quiet, powerful ballast to my team of 10 product managers. And they would look at the data, the engagement data, the revenue data, and be able to pick out things from that my team was too close to realize. And my portfolio was about $160 million in revenue. It was about 60% of the company's revenue back then. And this team, this small, mighty team, was able to help us identify, like, hey, this could be an interesting add-on product if you tried that out. And one of them was adding a picture to a press release. Sounds kind of basic, right? But back then, it was not so easy to do, and we weren't sure how to charge for it. Anyway, we added that as sort of a back-of-the-pocket product offering. Didn't have it on our price sheet, didn't have it in the portal. But based on the strength of what we understood about the customers, we were able to generate an additional $1 million just with this in beta the first year. And I was like, wow, that's pretty cool. I wonder if every company has this. Fast forward, I end up meeting Melissa Perry at Product Labs, and if you guys know Melissa, she's written Escaping the Build Trap, my co-author of Product Operations, and she's talking about something product operations. I'm like, wait, what is that? And she starts explaining to me, it's sort of, business and data insights, customer market insights, process and practices. I'm like, I think that's what we were doing. I didn't know it had a name, cool. So we started working with portfolio companies at this venture capital company, Insight Partners, that we were advising. And really, I started to see the value of it firsthand in terms of building it from the ground up at these other companies, building on my experience of what I had gone through, what went well and what didn't. And that's where I got really excited about the power of product. I started teaching a 4-hour remote masterclass, which I still do quarterly, and started building that passion. This thing called COVID happened. Melissa ended up teaching at Harvard for a while. I went out on my own consulting, and one day I slacked her and I said, I'm thinking about writing a book about products. That's crazy, right? And she said, no, I think that's a great idea. And I said, I can't believe no one's written this book. And then I followed up and I said, why don't you write it with me? And a little bit of ... and waiting, because she had written Escaping the Build Trap, but she had a little bit of PTSD. But she agreed. And it was this labor of love. We were both based in Brooklyn at that point. She moved to South Carolina. And so doing this remotely, kind of holding each other accountable for chapters and whatnot. So got that done in kept working on it actually. At Sam's Club, I was working with Walmart and Bloomberg, advising and coaching. And then in 2023, the book came out. Very exciting. And building on the strength of that, I've been working a lot with companies on product ops, but also product management as well, helping them build full stack product managers, but that's another talk, and advising and coaching. So that's hopefully gives you guys a sense of my space and where I've come to with product ops. But I've seen how it works at companies. I've seen the power it brings, but I've also seen the challenges of making the case of why teams need it. So I'm going to go over 3 challenges in product, but first, let's talk about those again. It's time to impact, right? Navigating change, transparency, and visibility. And product ops can help alleviate these challenges, but how? So before we get into how, I want to take you guys into basically the whole book, or my 4-hour workshop in 10 minutes, maybe even 7. So you're in for a treat. Here, we're going to go quickly. So what is it, right? Before we get into these pillars, I want to just go back even further for the basics. What is product management? And I have to explain this to my family, my sister, who doesn't understand what I do. And if I told her this, her brain would explode. It was funny, we were talking about this the other night in the car, and my niece said, what do you do again? And I said, I help companies figure out ways to build software that's profitable, make it better, make it faster, bring it to market faster. Oh. I was like, oh, that was simple. It only took me 5 years to figure that out. But product management, it's discovering that product that, it's, as Marty says, valuable, usable, and feasible. And I think about pizza that way, right? So if you're trying to think about how to explain that to your family. So pizza is valuable. It nourishes us, right? It's food. Everybody loves it. And then if you think about usable, it's portable. You can take it anywhere you want. And feasible in that anybody can make it. I can make it at home in my toaster oven. It's probably not as good as some of the New York pizza, that I have the privilege of having access to, but it's a product, right? Product ops, there's so many different ways to explain it, but I love the way that Srinivas from Calendly, he stood up the first product ops function at Calendly, and the way he puts it of elevating the speed and quality of decision making, which I thought was super cool. And that's a great way just so quickly to sum up product ops. But the 3 pillars, and this is how I like to explain it, and every company's different. Some companies will have program management in there. I'm not super caught up, and it has to be this way, whatever works for you all. It's the business and data insights, right? So the quantitative, those engagement and revenue metrics. Customer user insights is the second, so the qualitative, user research, customer research, market research. And I want to pause here to just mention that product ops doesn't have to generate either of these. If your team, if your company has data science, if they have user research, fantastic. Product ops can help harness this. Even if you have these capabilities, doesn't mean your product managers or you as a product manager is getting access to it. It's hard to wrangle this. Either you're getting a tidal wave of information and you don't know how to sort it, or you don't even know where to find it. And I'll talk more about companies I've worked with that can't even access self-serve data. And then the final one is process and practices. And you guys may have heard Marty Kagan refer to this as the operating model. How do we work? Ways of working together. So let me tell you a little bit more about business and data insights. What do I mean by that? So if you think about things that are relevant for revenue generating products, it's things like revenue, bookings, retention. Every product you need to be thinking about what are the engagement data, what's it telling us, and then R&D costs. What I mean by that is research and development engineering costs or resources. And then as you get a little bit further, how are you breaking out sort of segmentation in terms of pricing and packaging and cohort and geography? Customer and user insights, the challenge is there, right? If you are doing user research, which some companies aren't, how do we access users to talk to us, customers to talk to us about our product? And if we have someone who's raised their hand and said, oh, I'd love to talk to you, are we all hitting the same person up every time to do these interviews? So how do we manage that? And then also getting feedback from sales and support. How are we taking that in and sharing back, yes, we acted on that, or no, we didn't, and here's why, sort of that bi-directional feedback loop. So what do we need with customer and user insights? We need that simple sales and feedback loop, that user load management, and that's what I mean by making sure that if we have users that have identified themselves as interested in speaking to us, that we figured out what is the sort of cadence that we're talking to them. How often are we going to come back and talk to them, and how can we find more users for our product managers to speak with? Access to the right folks, and then visibility. If we've done all of these interviews, how do we know what's out there? If I'm a product manager and the product manager sitting next to me, maybe they've done an interview that covers 10% of what I want to do. Maybe I don't have to do the same type of user interview. So how do we atomize those insights and make sure that they're available for everybody? In process and practices, it's basically ways of working. How can we make sort of set up the guardrails to work more quickly? And some people hear process and they kind of get allergic, right? Process is good. It helps us move faster. If you think that you're going from a 50-person company to a 5,000 startup to a 5,000 person scale-up or enterprise, and you're going to have the same ways of working, you're sadly mistaken. This happened to me when I was at Condé Nast, and I was like, oh, this company's so big, I can't get anything done. I got really excited, got stars in my eyes, went to go work for a startup in Brooklyn. I could ride my bike, it was great. There was a dog in the office, the whole thing. We didn't have a foosball table, though, luckily. Wasn't the full cliche. And there were 10 people, so I'm like, oh, we're gonna get stuff done. And as I was preparing some information to share with the team that our plan for the upcoming quarter, the office manager said, well, nobody talked to me about this. And I was like, why? Okay. They had been operating like it was really a very democratic process, but as you grow, you can't refer and consult with everybody. So how do you sort of go from that pirate ship to a Navy ship with grace? So that could be anywhere from thinking about how do we templatize things so people can work more quickly? And some leaders I'll speak to, like, people want to work the way they want to work. But every single product manager that I have either interviewed or consulted with as I'm working with companies, it's like, tell me about road mapping. And they say, well, I don't really know how to do it. I don't really know if there's a template. I just kind of do it every year, and then it kind of gets corrected. It would be great if I just knew how to do it. I don't care how it's done in terms of the format. Show me how to do it, and I'll get it done. So how do we set these things up that give product managers more velocity and take less brain space for, how do we format this? Okay, fine, let's figure this out. Roadmap, rollout, plan coaching, templates and frameworks. It doesn't have to be heavy, just enough where people are getting a lot of time spent and wasted over and over every quarter, every year. So how do we give them the guardrails to go faster? Stakeholder comms can be another piece, OKR monitoring and reporting. A lot of companies I'm working with now are getting into OKRs, but they set them and then they forget them, and you have to tend and weed them and really make sure, like, are we hitting them? What are the blockers? Do we need to pivot from something? Planning, that's a big piece as well. Annual planning. A lot of companies are trying to move towards more rapid quarterly planning. What does that look like? How do we get everybody in the room? How do our cross-functional partners know how to plug in with us so they can understand, here's where I contribute? Otherwise, you're going to have them sending you emails, sending your boss emails, sending your CEO emails. So how do we make sure everyone's moving in a really elegant way and everyone feels part of it, informed, and knows sort of where they plug in? So who does what exactly? And I don't know if you guys listened to Lenny's podcast. Melissa and I were on that about a year ago. And Lenny, I have to tell you, he was a little bit of a product ops skeptic. I think we've brought him around. But as he was interviewing us, and if you heard this, he said, so what things does product ops take away from the product manager? And I said, they're not taking anything away. They're enabling it. And I'll tell you guys what I mean. So it's complementary, right? We work closely with product managers. It's a very bidirectional way of working. So product managers, right? Decision maker, that's not changing. Product ops enables the decision making with data. Makes sense, right? Product manager, they're still defining that vision and strategy. Product ops is going to help along with providing ways of how are we forming the strategy? Are we doing strategy layers, which I'm a big fan of, but how is that being formulated? How do we cascade that down to the individual contributors doing PI planning? Cross-functional collaboration, that's a big piece of what we do, right? But product ops can help with applying systems, processes, methods, whatever word you like, to help move that along and work more quickly. Product manager, problems and solutions, that's our big bread and butter. Product ops is maybe thinking about how do we help with experimentation toolkits or research toolkits. And then finally, go-to-market planning, and that's a big topic. That could be a whole book in of itself for product. Product ops can help in so many different ways, but in my experience, the first line of defense with your cross-functional stakeholders. I'll tell you what I mean. At Cision, we were doing a huge launch, and lots of planning, working with the go-to-market team, coming up the value prop. Here are sort of the videos that we want you to share with customers and the onboarding plan. And as we're getting down to the wire, and if you guys have gone through launches, it's hairy, everyone's cranky, you're trying to get things done, it's late nights. The head of sales was like, well, we don't have blah, blah, blah. I'm going to call Alexa. And I was like, wait a minute. She's in the middle of trying to launch this. My product ops manager was like, well, talk to me, let me see what you need, and I'll try to find that for you. So at times, they can really be that first line of defense. They can also help in terms of being the connective tissue between sales, marketing, and the product team. But operations exist, right? And I've heard this from other companies. It's like, well, there's design ops, there's engineering ops, there's DevOps. One of my clients last night, they're standing up product ops, and she's like, trying to explain design ops to my designer. Can you help me? So I'm like, yeah, we got a slide for that. So product ops, right? We're trying to help with the informed decision making. Design ops, you could say one aspect of what they do is planning and managing teamwork. The overlap could be with a research repository, right? The insights from interviews. Maybe design ops owns that. Product ops might be helping support that. Engineering ops, right? Optimizing those systems and resources. So it might be with squad processes. If you have an agile coach, they could be helping as well. And sales ops, so valuable, they're supporting selling at scale. And they're going to be our key partner in terms of helping us with the revenue data All right, you guys ready to get to the biggest challenges in product? Let's get to it. All righty. Accelerating impact. Everyone loves that word, acceleration, go faster, but you want to go fast with purpose, right? And make sure you're actually making a difference versus going fast, getting to the finish line and going, what did we deliver? Was that valuable? So the first piece of it is that accelerating impact. And a lot of product managers that I work with, they have that challenge of like trying to support everything without any sort of clear sense of return on investment, ROI. So what's the most important thing? Everything can't be a P0, right? What is the most important thing? How are we figuring that out? Are we using a prioritization framework? Or how is this working? Is revenue sort of our guiding metric? So oftentimes teams don't have these things in place and they're just kind of trying to peanut butter, spread themselves thin, and nothing gets done very well, if at all. Monolithic Big Bang development, and what do I mean by that? A company I was working with, you guys will hear me mention companies, I usually don't mention names, I like to keep it anonymous, but a company I was working with, they said, you know, we've run into a problem. We heard from our customers they want X. We built exactly what they wanted. This was 9 months ago. We've released it, and they're like, it's not really what I wanted, or we don't need it now, so how do we get better? What are we doing wrong? And so it's about thinking about how do we make smaller, more impactful releases. I'll talk about that in a second. And then not defining success. I see this a lot with companies where if you don't define success, you can't be measured against it. But that helps nobody, right? We want to know where we're going and what good will look like, what success will look like. And we end up focusing on done. That's not a success metric, right? We want to think, and that's an output, as we say. We want to think about the value we're delivering to customers, the outcome. So product ops can help in terms of understanding the value versus effort. So they may say, across the teams, we're going to be using the RICE framework. A lot of companies I'm working with right now are big fans of RICE, if you guys have seen that, reach, impact, confidence, and effort. Another company, they couldn't really get to reach, so they're going with ICE. Whatever works, make up your own acronym, whatever works. And they were really working closely to think like, why this, not that, and trying to figure out where they wanted to spend their resources because they had lost engineers. So product ops can help in terms of thinking, here's how we're framing this out, here's how we're prioritizing. Product will do it. We will inform you guys if there's any big conflicts, we'll have a conversation about that. Feedback loops. So if you're thinking about these big, monolithic, Big Bang releases, how do we get to developing smaller increments of value and learning from that faster versus getting it out there, then finding out it didn't work and like, oh, well, I guess we'll go back and spend another 9 months. We don't want to do that. We want to iterate small pieces, get feedback, update, and keep moving. And then finally, how do we get to set metrics? The company I mentioned earlier that didn't have access to data, interesting. They are a medical device company, and they came to me early last year and they said, our product managers don't have access to data. They have to request it. And I said, all right, tell me more about that. So a product manager I spoke with, she said, we don't have self-serve data. We have to request it from the data team. It takes anywhere from 6 days to 6 weeks to 6 months. We have no sense of what big or small is. And as a result, they weren't using any data to inform their decision making. They had a really great UX team who was churning out tons of research, not necessarily directed by the product team, but they were validating a lot of work based on qualitative, which I've never seen that before. Usually there's a big gap in qualitative information. So as I was digging around, talking to the data team, found out there was one other data team that no one knew existed, 2, 3. There were 5 other data teams that the company didn't know existed. So I'm like, why are these people not getting data? So it can be as extreme as that. Once we figured out that there were a lot of sources of data, then we had to think about what do we want to measure? And it turns out the product managers weren't necessarily trained up on how to define metrics. And I'm guessing you guys are doing that in your programs here at TU Dublin. And so we had to talk about leading indicators, lagging indicators, how do we set them, what are actionable metrics we can set that we can impact. This team had marketing metrics. So it was about widening the funnel, and there are certain tactics that product managers can do with that, but a lot of it wasn't actionable for them. So sometimes it's taking a step back and thinking about, how do we set these? Do we need to do some training around that? And then as we set these, what does that look like to instrument these event tags if we have to do that? Or do we have these existing? So anyway, building that into the product development lifecycle, product ops can help with that. And it's important to think about delegating the busy work and focusing on the strategic. And my friend John Haggerty will talk much more about that later. But how can we use generative AI to help us focus on higher value work, right? So one way could be just the things that we have to do day to day with meetings and admin. So recordings and notes and drafting agendas and follow-up communications. A lot of that can be handled with generative AI, and I bet a lot of us are doing that now. Oh, that's interesting. Documentation. PRDs. I don't know if you guys have played with Chat PRD. That's kind of a fun thing in terms of product requirements docs. But taking a first stab at that, I find it's very helpful just to at least get something out on paper and then start humanizing it from there. User stories, acceptance criteria. How do we think about initial analysis and crunching some of that, right? So the user feedback, the analysis, the A/B tests. And then research support, right? So interview guides, how are we setting those up? The drafts or surveys, the analysis, research plans, insight summary. So the whole focus is to give us more space for higher level strategic, value-focused space and time. All right, I want to go to number 2 now, the navigating change. We're all change agents, right? So the scaling pains, ways of working that we had been doing aren't necessarily working for us as we grow bigger, as we add folks. A nice problem to have, but people have this problem. So as I mentioned earlier, what got you there isn't going to necessarily get you there. So if you were sort of a pirate ship, very scrappy, how do you become that Navy ship? What does that look like? What does the maturity look like? Marty Kagan, his book that came out last year, he had some salty things to say about product ops. And there was a lot of conversation. It was a good thing in the end, a lot of conversation about it, positive. But one aspect was that people don't need process. They just work the way they want to work. But if you're getting bigger, it's almost naive to think that you can keep working that way. What got you there won't get you there. Keep that in mind. Silos, right? So as we get bigger, teams start working their own way, hoarding information even, or working in ways that are different from the teams they have to collaborate with in terms of, are they using the same frameworks of prioritization? It can be lots of different things, but inefficiencies start to creep in. And our partners, our cross-functional partners, start getting dissatisfied. No one knows how to work with us. They're like, well, there's kind of a black box. We hear about something on the roadmap, and eventually it comes out 2 years later. What happens in between? So how can we sort of shine light into there and remove that black box? So product ops can help. Companies scale, they face these challenges, right? So the portfolio, you go from a single product to multi-product. You have more and more pressures, maintain profit, growth. And the complexity, as I mentioned, everyone starts working in their own little silos. And how do we start connecting our actions in terms of what we're doing day to day to the bigger team strategy, the company strategy? Product ops helps us navigate these things, right? So focusing on outcomes, moving us away from checking the box. Really connecting the outcomes to things we can action, actual activities. And promoting great practices. Next practices, whatever you want to call it. I don't like to use best practices too much. I don't think there's one way of working. And I'm very open to the fact that teams need to work different ways. So what good looks like at your company? So how do we focus on that? How does product ops help with navigating change? So I like to think about process powering progress, right? We're acknowledging that growth from pirate ship to Navy ship. And what does that look like? How do we need to make those changes? The methods, their processes, whatever word doesn't make people break out in hives. How do we start small, evolve, and expand? So there's a large life sciences company I'm advising now, and they're adding product ops, and they have tons of teams, and they're approaching it the right way. They're not trying to boil the ocean. They're starting with one team, running them through. I think they're trying to do some changes with, they're adding Pendo, and starting to implement better data practices. And rather than roll it across the whole company, realize the problems, like, whoop, changing that back. Start small and then open the aperture. And product ops can help thinking about scaling that in a sense of starting small and then retroing it, what worked well, what didn't, and then starting to add it to other teams. And sometimes companies, I see that teams aren't all running towards product ops. Some of the groups that are within the companies, they say, well, my team's running fine, I don't need this. And that's fine, it doesn't have to be a mandate, and it shouldn't be a mandate. It should be something that we share as product operations practitioners, like, here's what good can look like. This team, it really worked out, and they're gonna share sort of what good looked like for them, how it improved their practices. Use it, don't use it, it's up to you. Usually people end up coming around. And then those clarified planning motions. How do people, our cross-functional partners, how do they know how to plug in with us? So, if we've got planning, in the book we talk about planning at Oscar Health, they were going through lots of different cycles. A lot of companies I work with have challenges here. What does that look like? How big should it be? Does everybody come to the table, all 5,000? No, they don't. But how do we do that? So product ops can sort of set the stage of like, here's how we're gonna do it. We will bring people in and sort of lay out the bigger picture. Otherwise, people are just, product teams try to get done with what they're working on. Doesn't usually work out. All right, the third challenge, our final challenge, transparency and visibility. And I think that resonated with you guys earlier. This is an opportunity, right? So if let's say we set an excellent strategy. We've finally figured out we're using the data right. We set an amazing strategy. How do we know if it's effective? What do we even do to measure that? Resource allocation. So let's say we've set that amazing strategy. How do we know teams are actually working toward that? And I used to be of the assumption like, yeah, of course everyone's working in the same direction because we said so. Not always the case. In the success indicators, again, how do we succeed if we don't know where we're going and what good looks like? So how do we identify leading metrics? And that's typically what we product managers can actually impact an action. Those things like product engagement metrics. So product ops can help with providing the steady flow of inputs, right? The business and data insights, the engagement metrics, initiative progress, a customer feedback loop. Resource monitoring, how do we know if our bets are actually working? And if we have visibility into this, we can pivot midway versus getting to the end of the year and realizing, oh, our strategy didn't deliver, and now that we're digging in, 20% of our engineering resources actually went toward that. That would have been good to know like Q1, and we could have tried to figure out why. One company I worked with had a massive engineering team, and they couldn't figure out what was being done and sort of what initiatives the work was supporting. The CTO was not too excited about having visibility there because he thought it would sort of end up doing sort of babysitting. The engineers are monitoring their hours, and it wasn't about that. We just wanted to see where the resources were going. So we're like, all right, it's super simple. In Jira, just have them tag certain programs that we're thinking about or the strategies. And after we did that a quarter, we realized, as I mentioned, not a lot of the resources were going toward the strategy. And then the CTO was like, oh, this is interesting. Maybe I like this. How do we keep going with this? So we put this into more of a routine with him. But the point was, if you can't see where it's going, it doesn't always necessarily mean that we're executing on it. So having that quarterly or even monthly visibility into where the resources are going and pivoting if you need to. And the self-serve data. I used to take this for granted, but now I'm working with a lot of companies, it's not, right? So adoption rates, user engagement, CSAT, customer satisfaction rate. So how do we make sure this is enabled? And then if it's enabled, that product managers know how to make the most of it and action it. Product ops helps us understand and answer, right? So is our strategy working? Are the resources going towards the goals that we set? And are our roadmaps actually informed by data and customer inputs? Are they wish lists? This is a common challenge I see at companies where the roadmaps will be expressed, if there's not any consistency, the roadmaps will be expressed in different ways. So one will be a wish list. If I had 19 more engineers, I could do this. One would be more specific. I went through and did resourcing with the engineering team. We can do this, so something that's doable. And then A third one might be something that's kind of a me too of the competitive set. So how do we make sure everybody's expressing it in the same way and we sort of understand, like, we will do this if we get X, or we can do this today, so just everybody understands. And as you're getting towards the middle of the year, sales might say, well, wait a minute, this was on the roadmap. And a product manager might say, well, yeah, that was if we got the 19 engineers. So this sort of helps level set. Everybody understands what's being promised and what's going to actually, how we have to deliver it, if there are any sort of dependencies toward that. We do a lot, right? We do a lot. I think of us as like multi-arms, and it's hard. It's really hard. And I was coaching a VP of product, and she said, a lot of my product managers are just literally having to write SQL scripts just to get the data out, then to analyze it, and they're not getting to the things that are delivering value to our customers. And that's what ends up stinging at the end of the year. The product managers will sort of do their self-assessment, and they're like, well, wait a minute. I didn't meet that because I had to do this, and I had to get the data, and all of the things were not gold on. So we want to make sure that product managers are enabled to do the things that they were hired for, right? So company growth, very important. Revenue. Customer value. That's what's important. That's what's important. So, and stakeholders, working well. We're kind of at the center of all of it, which is exciting and a lot of responsibility as well. But how do we align well with our stakeholders? And it's our secret weapon. Melissa has said this once about CPOs. This is product ops being their secret weapon. They'll never go back. Why should they, right? They have data at their fingertips. They're able to revise the strategy in a defined cadence. And they have transparency if it's not working. And 3 of the companies that I've worked with that have product ops, Athena Health, and not Stripe, they were part of our book, and Sam's Club, they were able to use product ops in very specific ways to show well with their customers and ultimately the revenue, right? So Athena Health, one of the case studies in our book was capitalization, how you sort of understand how you can apply tax rules towards software development. And they're an $11 billion company. Stripe, they were starting to break apart in terms of understanding what all of the teams did. That created the connective tissue for them. Sam's Club, $84 billion, right? They had a hunch that operational efficiency would unlock more value ultimately for their customers. So it works. It works. But the reality of today, we still have layoffs. And I was so excited to see this January number, but then Meta went and laid off 5% of their workforce, so I guess that goes up. But we're still here. We're still at that point, right, of layoffs, tightening, belt tightening. Product ops, some people are like, well, that's a cost center. How can we justify it? But product ops really helps us think about rigor and focus. It's even more important that if we have reduced resourcing, how are we using it? Is it delivering on our bets? How do we monitor if it's delivering on the bets? And then we have to be those champions of change, the change agent, right? So I want you guys to think about product ops, whether you have a team, whether you want to have a team, whether it's you trying to fight the good fight. We can all have impact and make change. How product ops can make those changes. So, sounds great. How do I do it? How do we stand this up? What if we don't have a headcount for that? It's okay, I've got you covered. To stand up a product ops function, it's just about thinking about where are the opportunities and gaps. So thinking about, you could construct that from the 3 pillars we talked about, business and data insights, customer market insights, process practices. What's going well? Where are we having challenges? If we address this, what would good look like? What would success look like? And I highly suggest not doing all 3. Figure out where the biggest challenges and opportunities are and start there. How do you create the value prop and sort of create that bet for your manager to make the case? We suspect that if we had self-serve data, we could make faster and better quality decisions by 20%. And here's how we will prove that. Pitching your manager, so making the case. Don't say we need to hire someone. Just say we have a hunch that we can do this in terms of creating self-serve data for our folks. Give us a quarter. This is what we think, this is our hypothesis, this is what we think good will look like. This is sort of where we think if we don't hit it, failure will look like. I would like to do this with 20% of my current role parked for now. And we're not hiring, you're not putting any new revenue out there. A lot of times people are ready to listen, especially if you share these use cases of these big companies and the revenue that they've been able to generate. If you have an existing resource, that could be you, that could be someone else, but think about what that partial allocation, just to do a quick win, make a bet. And we're not alone, right? So many big companies, OpenAI, Anthropic, Sam's Club, Netflix, have product operations. Our friends at Meta, too. So hopefully our product operations folks were okay there. I'll let you guys know. But it's here, and it's really making a difference. And if you're interested in learning more about what it takes to be a product ops manager, please come talk to me at the break or lunch or whatever, or ping me later. I'd love to talk about that. But it's making a difference. And I'm excited at sort of where we've been, where we're going. And I hope this got you guys excited too. So before we part, I have a couple gifts for you. The book, Ask Some Good Questions. If not, you can welcome to buy it. I have a list of recommendations for product managers, so reading and podcasts and product communities. If you want to find out about doing workshops internally or advising or sort of getting a sense of what does product ops look like, what could that do for our company, happy to chat about that. So please give that a snap. I'd love to keep in touch. And I thank you guys for your time. You've been an awesome audience.
Thanks very much, Denise. So we will have questions at the panel, so please do feel free to log those on Snap, or we'll have roaming mics. So I am delighted to welcome to the stage now Paddy Monaghan, CPO of Forest Software, born, I think, as a result of New Frontiers in then DIT, as far as I know. 20-year-old company and very successfully scaling, and most of us have probably interacted with their software, but Paddy will tell us more about that. Thanks, Paddy.
So make sure I've got the right, oh, there we go. There we are, good stuff. Hey everybody, so as Claire said, my name is Paddy. Today I'm going to talk to you about crafting world-class products or strategies and patterns that we've created in Forest to do that. And within Forest, there's one thing above all that we're really good at. It's a strategy we use to create products. It's groundbreaking, transformational, game-changing, and it's basically talking to customers. So we talk to customers like a lot. So the main takeaway that I want you guys to take from today is using some of the patterns that we have to talk to customers to build products. That's the key takeaway I want everyone to take. So hopefully you'll see some patterns you'll be able to use, ideally tomorrow. There may be some customers you interact with as a result of today. That would be a fantastic takeaway. For people in my team who are here, I can see a couple of folks. Your main takeaway is legend in their lifetime. I think that's what you said, Claire, earlier. If you can bake that into our day-to-day, I didn't say it, I'm just putting it out there. That would be another lovely takeaway. So I'm going to tell you the story of Forest and how we created a very successful SaaS business with doing over 50 million ARR a year, all based on customer-driven product development. So I'm Paddy. I'm the Chief Product Officer here at Forest. My history, I've worked as an engineer. I moved into product management, now as CPO. I've worked across many industries from telecoms, travel, and into the beauty space, which is where Forest is. Forest as a business, hands up who's heard of Forest here? Oh, a lot of people. Wow, that's great. It was not like that about 10 years ago. Very, very few people heard of Forest. You may have booked your hair appointment with Forest. So we are a salon software, and so we're used by hair and beauty salons, aesthetic clinics to manage everything about their business. So we're a global presence. We're headquartered here in Dublin. We're originally founded from an Irish guy from Mayo. We're in Ireland, the UK, US, Canada, UAE, Finland, Germany, Austria, Switzerland, Netherlands recently, and Australia. So we're all over the world, but we are all based out of Dublin initially, and all of our product development is headquartered in Dublin, although we have a lot of remote folks as well. So our mission is to help salon, spa, and clinic owners effectively just to grow a great business, to grow a business, to attract staff, to attract customers, and also to just reach their full potential. So we believe that by pairing technology with something that is very much a people-based thing that we can really help them fulfill the potential that otherwise would be untapped. How we do that, it's a very, very broad platform. So we go from everything from the diary that they use to take bookings to rosters, stock management, staff management. They have apps. All of the staff in salons have apps that manage their goals, reporting and things like this. But the number one way that we win is actually through marketing and consumer tools. So we build a lot of marketing fully integrated from email, SMS, ad platforms, their own branded app in the App Store that most high street salons wouldn't have been able to have access to without Forest. And that's what our platform is. This photo is the first time publicly I've shown this photo. Ronan doesn't know I'm showing this photo. This is our founder. Normally you see this bearded kind of hipster looking guy. That's actually what Ronan really looks like. And there's a reason why I'm showing this is because over 20 years ago, Ronan was working front desk in a hair salon. And in college, he had worked with some friends and he created a kind of an SMS platform that texts people about, I see you taking that picture, he's gonna kill me for this. Maybe don't take that one home. But he had created this SMS platform in college and they were using it to text people about pub offers and charging local bars for things like that in college as a way to make money. He was also working in a salon just to kind of keep things going. And one Christmas, he was texting people reminders to make sure that they showed up. He was kind of doing this manually with a little tool that he built. In January in a salon, it's really, really quiet. And so he had this notion that maybe I can send out an SMS campaign, like a broadcast SMS campaign. It basically never really been done at this time. We're talking 23, 24 years ago, right? So a very long time ago. And he sent out this campaign. He got some test products and he said, look, anyone who comes in January gets a free shampoo or a hair product. As soon as he hit send, the phones lit up. Loads of people started to book in. And I'd say at that moment, Forest was born. A couple of months later, he actually left the salon to start working on the software as a product. And he worked with that salon and a few others locally to continue to iterate and build. And he would go in every 2 or 3 weeks and work front of house, use the tool, come back out, work front of house, iterate and come back out. And that pattern that Ronan did 20-something years ago is basically core now to how Forest works. I joined Forest about 10 years ago, and we've taken this exact same pattern of speaking to customers, working with customers, deeply, deeply working and understanding customer problems, going trying some new technology to see what works, and then iterating. And that pattern has been repeated over and over again to the point that we've created a sustained competitive advantage literally over decades. In my 10 years that we've been in Forest, we went from around 4 million in ARR to over 50 million in ARR, so more than 10x our overall growth. We've created multi-million euro products. We've entered new markets such as the US and generated multiple tens of millions in revenue from new markets all through this same pattern. We used to call it the hedgehog pattern. I don't know if anyone's ever heard that. The fox knows 20 different things and ways to win. A hedgehog just knows one thing, and he curls up and has the spikes, and the fox can't beat the hedgehog. So the idea is, no matter what happens and what changes in the world, speaking to customers and making that a core part of how we build and how we work, you will always win with that one pattern. And that's been our strategy. So that's how we create breakthrough products. So I'm going to go through the patterns and the stories of what we do. So the first thing is deeply understanding our customers. And I'm sure everybody here speaks to customers or at least has some kind of voice of the customer program. But for us, it's like taking that on speed and really making that a central part of absolutely everything and every way of working. So we do that by putting customers in the center of our entire culture. So these days, I have a product team of 40-odd people, and I don't work directly building products anymore. But I was thinking to myself last night, how often am I talking to customers? So I kind of took a look back through my phone, and I'd spoken to 4 customers in 48 hours, and I'm not building any products, right? This is the level of interaction and engagement that has to happen. And I was trying to think, why am I talking to these customers? What are the reasons for me as a CPO that I'm speaking to them? And an interesting anecdote from Tuesday of this week, we were in a meeting and we're building a new product which is around lead management and generation and being able to gather new inquiries or leads to the salon. And in a meeting, somebody had said, well, there's a couple of US salons that are kind of so busy, they can't really fit any new customers in, so maybe that product isn't going to be a fit. That stuck in my head. I'm like, oh, wow, I actually never considered that. So I went to our hedgehog concept, and on my drive home from the office that day, I called some salon owners in these busy salons, and I said, look, you're really busy. Would you have an interest in this thing? And what was really interesting is just from, well, one phone call this was, but there was 2 phone calls. And he basically told me, actually, we're really busy, but sometimes that busyness dies off. And all the people we spoke to at the start who we didn't have room for, they're gone. We have no way of accessing them. So he described it as a wait list, like the ultimate wait list. I was like, oh, wow, that's fantastic. We're definitely going to pull on that thread. But one phone call on a drive home from work, going from, oh my God, maybe this thing won't work, to, oh, there's a whole position for this thing. That's an example from this week alone from one phone call. So hopefully that gives you kind of an understanding of what we're talking about. The core way that we do this, though, which is very unusual for most people, is we walk in their shoes. So this means, much like Ronan, we go and work in a salon. So I go and I work in the front of house of a salon. Now I know you're looking at me and I'm very styled and beautiful and all this stuff, I know that, but I am not the target customer of a hair salon. The first time I sat in a hair salon, actually trying to use our software, I sat down in the chair and the lady who still cuts my hair, she came down and she said, oh, nice to see you, and what are you trying to do? And she said, we have our sinks in the back. I was like, that's great. So I'm sitting here waiting, and then I look, and she's over at the sink. She's like, you're supposed to come with me? I was like, no, I'm not washing my hair. I'm getting my hair cut. She was like, just get over, and she came over, wash the hair, come back, cut the hair. And I was like, what is this? And she's like, this is, you wash it first. And I was like, oh, wow, this is, I used to come to a barber where they just come straight in with the clippers. So I learned a lot. But working in a salon was a very different thing. So I had spent about 2 or 3 months learning our product when I first joined, like figuring out new features we were going to build. I was like, oh, this is going to be amazing, and they'll be able to see this and click these buttons, and it'll be fantastic. Then I went and worked in the salon to use this product that we had just designed that was so beautiful and easy to use. And as I was using it, the phone rang, somebody was checking out and somebody was checking in, and I absolutely panicked, and I actually have a little clip of that moment. This is it here. This is actually what it feels like, and you realize actually the way we had like 5 clicks over here, it doesn't work, right? It's not going to work when there's 5 people at the desk and the phone is ringing and everything is crazy. And so we changed the design of those features. We based them all on what it actually feels like to use the product in the salon. And I mean, it sounds quite simple, but actually this is the core driver of why we've been able to grow at a rate of 1,000% growth over 10 years. Like, this really, really works. And we also have all of our teams go and do this. So we have, one of my favorite stories is one of our now principal engineers. He's a Polish guy who's a back-end software engineer. We had him work in a spa at the front of house, booking in massages and things, right? So this shows you how comfortable we're trying to get people with the software. That was Pavel, for anyone who's here. We may have phoned him using different accents, asking for really weird waxes, just to bed him in. I'm not even joking, we actually did that. But the idea is, this is kind of what I mean when I say we bake customers into our core product. We go and we work in the customer sites. We call them, we have conversations all the time. If we have a debate in a room, I was having a debate with one of our country managers about a kind of targets and goals product. And they were saying we could set profit goals, because they'll know all their underlying costs. I was like, I'm not sure they will know offhand their underlying costs just to plug it in. He was like, they definitely will. So got the phone out, rang 5 salons. 4 of them had no idea. The other one said they knew where to get it. So immediately, small focus group, but we could answer the question in the room by talking to customers. And this works over and over again. So I'll show a couple of other examples of how we do that. This is working the front desk. This is Verna. She's our head of research. She does this a lot, goes out constantly, just kind of circling out through salons, seeing what's going on. I like to quote this where she's holding her head, is where she realized how they're using a feature we had that has nothing to do with what they're actually doing. They've just hacked something. She's like, oh my God. That's an interesting one. We work in the back office as well. So Eddie, one of our product managers recently, she looks after our marketing suite, and she went to work in a salon and actually ran marketing. She just like sent their campaigns, created some special offers, really understood kind of what we were missing. One of these types of things, that's one of my favorite examples, is there's 2 of them actually. So the first one here is salons take a lot of photos. They take their staff, take loads and loads of photos, it builds up their phones. And then what happens is like later on, someone who's doing social media says like, hey, can you send me like the pictures of your best work? And they're like, oh, I've got like 3,000 pictures. So we created in our mobile app a thing called Portfolio, where they can just snap a photo of their work and it streams straight to the marketing engine and they can pick them through their email and SMS. Very, very simple, but it's things like that that show that we understand how their business actually works. This one as well in the middle, some salons have coaches, kind of coaching groups, and they put their goals and their coaching patterns up on the wall. And so what we did is we contacted those coaches, asked them what their coaching patterns and reporting looks like, and we built them into our product. So depending on the coach you use, we turn on a report in our product that is this format, but it's dynamic and live and on everyone's phone. So we look at these problems and we use technology to solve them. A couple of months ago, we tried a new pattern as well, where obviously we work front of house, back of house. We don't actually cut anyone's hair. But we thought, let's see if we could learn how to cut people's hair. Spoiler, I'm terrible at this, right? So we actually got one of our salon's foundation here, not too far from here. And he brought us in, brought the leadership team in, and he actually did a college course on teaching us how to cut hair. I now appreciate the effort that it takes to do this. It's an art I will never be able to do. Again, you can take a picture of this one who's there. Our CTO took a shot at this as well. It didn't really go quite so well. So he actually ended up with 3 cuts. Can you take a picture of that just to make sure he knows this was up public? I want to make sure he gets that. So he's going to stick to the code. But what was interesting is he gave us a pair of scissors and a plaster. And we were like, what do you need a plaster for? We had to send for more plasters at the end of it. So really appreciate what they do. So maybe don't do that, and no one wants me to do Botox on them or something like that. But the idea is we really try to bed ourselves in and understand it. And when we ask customers this, they tell us, Forest gets us. We've actually had a major figure in the US industry explain it, not most software sell into the industry, and they said Forest is the industry. We're the heart of the industry is what they've said in the US, which is an amazing example of the loyalty we gain from our clients from actually, pardon my French, but giving a shit about how they work and really building into our product to do this. So a few other things that we do. We do lots of visits and lots of calls. I'll show some here. So the top one here, this was in Miami. I was at a conference. We have this little Google Maps kind of setup that we have where you can click it and it shows you any Forest salons. So I was in Miami, looked at the map, saw 2 salons, just dropped in for a visit. Top left here, there's an ATM in the salon because in COVID, people have less cash. Tips was kind of dropping down, so they started implementing ATMs. So we've just built and launched a new digital tipping product that can help them to solve that problem by sending the tip revenue directly to the staff member just from the tap on the terminal. So these are kind of things that we spot. This one here was interesting. This was a salon who had our front of house open on their iPad, but they were doing kind of screen sharing and had a chat app open next to it so that they could speak to customers. And we now have a 2-way conversation product in our diary as well. The bottom left and the top right, these were all during COVID. So when COVID happened, we immediately went to that same hedgehog concept. We reached out to salons and said, look, this is a disaster. What are we going to do? And we got them all on a call. We got 25 or 30 salons on calls once an hour over like a week and said, what can we do here to help? And they were saying, look, we think maybe gift vouchers, this might work. I think it was like 16-day turnaround. We built an online gift card platform with a campaign to support local. We really jumped in and did all of this stuff. But again, we didn't just sit in a room and go, what could work here? We got customers on a call and said, what do we need to do for you here? And this bottom right one is one of my favorite ones. So we realized as our customers are global, we used to send people out to visit salons, and then we thought, well, maybe we can actually, from a cost point of view, fly salons over. And so this is Bonnie Conte here. She's a multi-million-dollar salon. We flew herself and over about 6 or 8 weeks, another 6 or 7 salon owners over to Dublin. We got all of our team together, and over 2 days, we showed them everything we were planning on working on for the next 2 years. We let them pick it apart. We let them tell us what's terrible, what works, what we're missing, and now that's a pattern that we use all the time to actually bring customers to us and go really deep on what's happening. I know this sounds very simple, and speaking to customers is something we should all do, but I would challenge everybody, how many of these do you do in a week? How many times do your team actually talk to or interact with a customer every week? And that's a good takeaway for people. So we also have usability testing. So recently, I think I saw Sean. Sean, you here somewhere? There he is, waving up there. So Sean's the PM on this. We recently kind of rebuilt our diary into a new technology, and as we were rolling it out, we were debating whether or not we had the opportunity to create a new style, a new approach, or whether we should keep it as close as possible and do that later. There was a lot of debate, I think it's fair to say, Sean, right? A lot of debate over who was right. So what we did is we flew the designers over, and over 2 days, they user tested each type of approach that we had across 15 customers, took it away, iterated, went back, whispered for some weird reason to the laptop on the right there. I still don't know what that was, John. I don't know what that is. It sounds like you're saying, please pick my one. So we ran tests, and immediately the debates over, like, okay, this is better. No, they'd like this, was immediately answered. We ran a test. The designer came back and said, actually, the idea I wanted to do, I can see why it won't work. I'm going to do this instead. Because the customer wins, and that's why it's a customer-driven success story in terms of Forest. So where do we go from here? Obviously, I've spent most of this time so far speaking about how we go deep on customers and how we really understand their needs. And it's not just understanding that there's a problem, but it's really digging into why is that a problem. So for example, with the ATM machine with cash, tips are dropping, obviously, but there's a load of tipping products popping up out there. You've probably seen QR codes just all over the place. So we went out, we did research, we spoke to customers of salons, and we found this term, it's called Vemno amnesia, which is basically people scan the QR code, walk out, and probably with good intentions, they just don't leave the tip. And so tips were dropping because it's a different thing. So when you understand that, the challenges were that tips usually in cash go directly to the staff member. If you use a different product that does that, the point of sale is kind of taken out of it, so it's remembered later on. So we created a product that with one tap takes the tip, but sends the funds for that tip directly to the staff member's bank account, not through the salon. And so allowing one tap to send the service value to the salon and the tip to the staff member might seem very straightforward, but it's actually quite innovative because it hadn't really been done up until that point, and it really solves all of the problems that we understood about that product. So you can understand it, then you need to try some new technology to see what works. And the critical piece at the end is you have to innovate and co-create afterwards. So usually the customers we test with, we get them to run things, we get them to try betas. One of the customers of the 4 that I mentioned I spoke to is we have this kind of AI bot that we're testing, and I was getting a salon owner to test this for us. And it struck me that I asked the salon owner, listen, can we take over your whole conversation thing and just let a bot answer it? Thinking I would have to convince him, and he was just like, oh yeah, you guys just knock yourselves out. Because we've built that kind of trust where we do this and they know that we're going to make sure it doesn't mess up their business, and we're going to do it in a good and healthy way. So what I want to show now is a couple of examples of actual products that we've built using this pattern. So first of all, our marketing tools. So we have an email, SMS editors like MailChimp, right? But we looked at how salons send these campaigns when they were using MailChimp. Most likely it's things to do with activity. So I don't know, someone they've been in all the time. They usually come in like once every 2 months, but they haven't been in about 3 months. I want to try and send them a message and get them back, these kind of things. And so we baked in all of those like targeting segments, cohorts, everything into the product. So our diary passes all this information straight into the marketing suite, and they can just say, okay, haven't been in 3 months, send them a message. So it's really, really tightly integrated. The portfolio I mentioned, it streams all the images to it directly. And what's really interesting as well is that within our industry, in the beauty industry, it's the same in construction. I don't know if people realize this, but a large majority of the people who work in this industry have dyslexia. Because previously, historically, before dyslexia was really well understood and diagnosed and with supports, people would struggle in school. And generally, it's an overgeneralization, but the females tend to go to beauty and the males tend to go to construction. And so as a result, there's a lot of people with dyslexia in the industry. And so we plugged into our marketing suite a dyslexic-specific grammar checker. That's a very difficult thing to say. I don't know why they say it that way. And also like writing tools and things that like prop up and say, actually, you should probably reword this a little bit. We add all of these little touches, and it's really, really appreciated. Another one is our stock taking product. So we can see that doing stock takes is painful for anyone who's ever worked in retail, had to do a stock take and inventory count. It's really, really painful. So we had a mobile app, and we thought, right, let's go out and try and find out what the problems were with doing stock takes. And very obviously, the problem was figuring out from a load of bottles that look very, very similar, which one is which, counting them, and then you find out 2 hours later that the same product is over here, and you can't remember if you've double counted. So we created a very simple product using our mobile app. They scanned the barcode and say there was 3 of those. And they keep going, and if we double count, we see what it is, we match it together, we aggregate it. But the reason I'm using this example is because we thought this is fantastic, and we sent the product manager and the product designer around Ireland, actually driving around to a couple of places around the country, to carry out stock takes using this product. And the first thing they realized is that the person who does the stock take shouldn't apply it, because when you apply the stock take, you're kind of messing with inventory counts, there's revenue write-offs, there's lots of stuff like this. And we realized actually no salon will use this, because when it's with paper, they hand it to the owner and the owner keys it in and really trusts what's been taken or not taken or whatever. So we had to create a whole access level thing where staff members can do the stock take and it goes to the owner to actually like close the stock take. And the last one, which is my personal favorite, is our advertising platform. So we had heard through our research that basically salons didn't believe that advertising really works very well in our industry, because they'd run ads, got very low results, they were thinking this just doesn't work. And so we tried to figure out, well, why does it not work? And we went deep on this and we understood that actually what happens is generally in a salon, maybe 10% or so of bookings happen online. Most of the activity actually happens offline or in the salon. So what tends to happen is somebody might see an ad on Instagram or Facebook, and maybe 1 in 10 might click that ad through and book straight into the salon. But actually what happens is our research showed 84% of people, when they see the new salon, they shut Instagram and go Google it, look at reviews, try and understand a little bit about it, maybe call them and say, I'm thinking of going in, I don't know what to get. And it seems very obvious, but Facebook has no idea that any of that happened, right? Because you've just shut Instagram, they have no idea what happened offline. And so we went to Meta and we started saying, how can we solve this problem? And we actually had our developers in their offices and we figured out a way of actually capturing offline transactions in the same way as online. And we created a brand new, and it's actually still the only one in the industry, that allows ads to actually be run in a successful way for our industry, because it gives you the whole picture. And obviously with Facebook being a learning engine, if you're learning about customers and who to target next automatically, and it's only targeting 10%, it may be the wrong 10%, and it's learning in the wrong direction. And so it's really, really important. But don't believe me, I want to show some of the results. Oh, sorry, yeah, it's verified by Forest. That's the idea. We send every transaction. If you look at an ad that was run by Forest, it doesn't say like you made about $10,000. It says you made exactly $10,026.32, because every transaction is verified by Forest, and it's really, really powerful. So I want to show you kind of what these results look like or sound like. So first of all, on the left here we have Heather. I love this one in particular. So as you see, I thought you guys, drum roll please, is the subject line, which I absolutely love. I thought you'd like to hear these going because they're insane. Summary is she made 20 times her money back. Now, Meta say you should make 5 times your money back when you're trying to find new ads. We were aiming for about a 10% average. Worst case, we hit 11.7%, but in this case, it's basically 20x, right, which is huge. So remember, you're going from ads don't work to I just made 20 times my money back, and that's the actual answer and result of this type of research. And I love this. It's Tilles, game-changing. I may have mentioned that once or twice in my career. Pat yourselves on the back. Like this, it doesn't get any better than this, but the real reason I love this one is because the other person, Jacob, so Eddie's our product manager, and the other person, Jacob, who's quoted on here, was a consultant she hired to verify that this was true, because she actually thought there's no way this could be true. So I said, hi, how's it going? Jacob, nice to meet you. He said, yeah, listen, I'm a consultant on ads integrations, and I had to verify that all this was true because she didn't believe it. So he signed off on it. She's like, oh my God, this is the best thing ever. So I want to show very quickly, can I play this video? I'm not sure the best way. Hopefully this works.
Hi, this is David Lindy with Headlines of Salon here in Encinitas.
Can we turn on the sound for this video? Hopefully.
Hi, this is David Lindy with Headlines of Salon here in Encinitas, California. Here to share our little story about our client rescue ad that we did. We spent $104 and had 12 clients come in the salon. They spent $921 in their first booking. If we continue to keep them, which our retention rate is usually around 75–80%, they'll spend over $11,500 in the salon on those services. Crazy, amazing results, and can't thank the Forest team enough for their help in creating this ad and everything they do there. Absolutely love Forest and what they do for our business and what they do for our team. Thank you again. Bye-bye.
So David is a customer of ours, and he texted me and said, oh my God, this result is amazing. And I literally, you can see it's a mobile video. I just said, would you mind just recording a video? I didn't give him any script. Would you just tell us what you thought? He sent that, and now that's part of our marketing, these kind of videos. It's in their own words. I'll do one more results video. So that's the product that was our ads platform. But when we think about the broader sense of how our customers feel about Forest as a business because of how we interact with customers, here's some kind of NPS quotes, but I love this one at the top. I love working with a company that listens to their customers and creates exactly what we need. So that to me shows me that everything that we're doing is working, because whether it's revenue generating or just a core product feature, they feel heard. I'll play one, if you guys can play the video here from Slady, please.
I gave you a 10, but I still wanted to say thank you for everything. This was a really difficult switch to make. Just almost 2 years ago, we tried with another company and pulled the plug the week we were supposed to launch. So making this switch was a really difficult challenge in the fact that, you know, I had to convince the owner to do it, and it was kind of on me to make sure that it worked, and it has, and we love it. There's still some features that we would love to see change, but Forest is always so receptive that we know that they will probably happen or in some form or fashion. So thank you for all of your hard work and for always listening to what we as your consumers are wanting and needing. It is a breath of fresh air.
So if you notice that Sarah said it gave you a 10, so this was an NPS response, and she felt the need to actually record a video to tell us how much she appreciated that. But the important point here is that she says this thing she wants to change, but she's saying she knows that we listen and she knows that we're going to make those improvements in future. So just to close off, I want to touch on one point before I finish, which is the evolution of this. So we're at a product management conference, and we're talking about product management and how we learn the problems to solve with our customers. But this product-led pattern is actually now expanded in our product group across multiple functions. So all of these functions now sit within our product group overall. Soon to be product operations. I'm hiring for product operations, and I've been badgering Denise and Melissa constantly for 2 months to learn more about this. But what's really interesting here is, for example, David, who recorded the video, we just use his video now as our marketing. We use their own words when they tell us this is great because we write that down, and then that becomes the product marketing of our product. When we talk about pricing and packaging, and I see who's there, our pricing and packaging lead here, we start with the customers. We actually ask them, what would you pay for this product, for us to figure out whether or not it's worth building. And strangely enough, they'll actually tell you, they'll say, oh, I don't think I'd pay for that. Or if we said, if we charge you $100 for this, would you take it? You know, if we didn't, we wouldn't be able to build it. It's not really viable. And we're like, absolutely, I would pay that. Or I wouldn't. But we find that out really, really early on. And we've got someone here who speaks to customers all the time to do that. So it's not just about product management. You can use this pattern to bring it out into other departments as well. So the final takeaways, except for the legend in their own right, write it down, is I would propose that everybody here goes and works a day in their shoes, in the shoes of their customers. You can do this. I used to work in airlines, and for EasyJet, for example, and we bought plane tickets, went to the gate, let the plane leave, and then turned around and tried to figure out how difficult it is to get back out of the airport when you leave, and try and understand what that problem feels like. And we built products to solve that afterwards. So it's not just about B2B. You can use it in loads of different ways. Weekly interactions. So try and set up a cultural tone that you can set, and I think it starts with yourselves. If you're a leader, you have to speak with customers. As I said, 48 hours I spoke with 4 customers, just asking them random questions. Set this up, ask your teams every week, who have you been speaking to? Something that worked quite well for us is somebody would go and work in a salon, and then they would come back and present what they learned, and they would pick the next person who had to go and work in a salon, and that kind of worked quite well as well. And the last piece is just always ask, what would a customer say? So we were having a debate over this leads product. You know, they won't want it. I immediately said, I wonder what a customer would say about that, and I rang a customer. It sounds so simple, guys, but this has worked consistently, literally over decades, created multiple products, won multiple regions. I promise you that this works, and so your key takeaway should be there's no reason and no excuse for you not to do this tomorrow. You should be interacting with one customer tomorrow, and that would be my main ask or takeaway for everybody from today. Thank you very much.
Okay, I'll stop with the legend then, but your product gives me the chills is quite the line to say. So I'm going to welcome now to the stage Richa Pathak, Director of Product Management, Workday. Thanks, Richa.
Thank you, Claire. Paddy, that's a good time to follow now. I think all I can say is I tried giving the haircut to my 18-month-old. I didn't get a whoopsie, but I think if he looks back at those photographs, he might say whoopsie. Okay, so I'm Richa, nice to be here. Thank you, everyone. I'm going to talk a little bit about innovation, looking back at some of my own experience, but also leaning into some of the innovation practices we have at Workday and how we do these things, how all of that comes back to product management. So before I get into it, I want to share a story. When I first started, I remember my first job, I was working as a software engineer, and I was asked to write an algorithm to offer a loan product. It was for a financial services client. So to offer a loan product to subprime borrowers. And my question to them was, okay, so you want to offer higher interest rates to subprime borrowers, meaning they're not able to pay, therefore they must pay higher rates? How does that really work? And my team leader said, don't ask questions, just do the code. A few years later, I mean, the financial crisis unraveled, and we know where those loan assets of subprime borrowers went, right? I mean, it was really at the core of the financial crisis. So, starting with the user, really, and a lot of what Paddy talked about, but I'm going to talk a few little different things. Sorry. There are 4-letter words in creating products. Don't worry, John, don't worry, Claire, I'm not going to curse here, although I do feel like doing that sometimes in our typical product roles. But really, I want to talk about the user at the crux of it all. When we get into B2B products, and I want to do a little bit of a backup just to set the context over here. Typically, a service offering, it could be financial services offering, it could be a consulting service. You know, you have the product, which is the service that is being offered to that user. It could be a sales transaction, it could be a financial offering, like a financial offering itself, it could be a procedure in health services either. But ultimately, you have an ask, you have resources that are deployed, experts, practitioners who are offering that service to you, that solution to you, and you have a budget that goes in fulfillment of that service. But when you shift towards productifying that service, it's a whole different ballgame, because now you're looking at trying to scale that offering. And the constraint that you come across in trying to scale that service is cost. Because previously you could throw more resources at the problem, more costs, more people, more solutions, more offerings. Now you have to build capabilities that can scale. So the reusable aspect of it, the repeatability of it really comes into the picture. So that is where, and this is how in the last 2 decades a lot of service business models have evolved. Because previously it was that combination of demand, resources and fulfillment. But as we started moving towards more digitization, more software enablement of these services, now we're looking at, you know, with internet at the core of it all, you're trying to get that advantage of the network effect, the scalability, and bringing together that entire ecosystem on the back of a software offering. So then, let me do a little bit of a history lesson, because product management really goes back in its roots to marketing. So in 1960, when the 4 Ps were introduced, the classic marketing mix, they talked about product, which could be a good or a service. They talked about price, they talked about place, and I deliberately use the software, the SaaS offering over here, so that, and you can see that the Product is not just being offered on a shop front or in a physical domain, but it is now being offered in an online domain. And that's that transformation that's happening using software processes. And promotion, which brings us to, basically making it more visible, available, understood, etc. But the transition also led to addition of 3 more P's. And the first one there is people. And that brings us back to the customer. And we start getting into different personas of who those customers are, what do they mean, what decisions they're taking, and how they vary from one to the other. Who is the buyer versus who is the user? And that's the distinction really that I want to talk about. There's a whole ecosystem of stakeholders that we want to focus on as well, because they could be your internal partner teams that are your technology teams, your operations teams, your approval functions, your risk functions, or it could be your external set of stakeholders, either your vendor partners and your other providers who could be enabling the offering of that service. A lot of processes come into play as well now, because you want to try and really maximize your investment by being very clever with your processes so that what you're offering is really up to scale. And this is where we lean on lean practices, going back to lean manufacturing, but adapting them and bringing them into our world and making it more relevant to SaaS offerings. Design thinking, I'm sure everybody's heard about it, but really understanding again at the crux of who the user is, what their problems are, what does user experience mean, how does that get embedded into building good product practices, and ultimately proof of concept. So anything that we innovate and provide and sell to our customers, we want to make sure that they have the evidence of it. They have physical evidence, they can try it, they can test it, they can feed back what that information looks like, what that experience is, so that some of that incremental enhancement can also happen. So, moving from the marketing mix, and one thing to remember over here also is that as engineers, especially, going from in my own experience, I used to run away from the idea of having to sell something. I was like, oh no, that's not me. Don't ask me to do that classic sell me this pen. I never want to do that. But selling ultimately is at the core of building a product as well, because you can't build something that isn't commercially acceptable, commercially viable, commercially attractive. You are trying to sell it to a customer, and you are trying to get that decision through so that they can see the value in what you're doing. And that's where the commercial viability comes in. However, for us, from the point of view of building that offering, we want to remember that it's the problem alleviation that actually provides the value in the first place. So if you don't focus on the problem, if you don't focus on solving that problem, you can't actually create the value which makes it an attractive proposition to the customer in the end. So understanding the customer's needs, understanding the user's experience, and being able to solve for that problem, and then building that sellability into it, that creates an entire product offering, product proposition that we're talking about. And Workday does a great job at this as well. So we're a B2B offering. We are trying to create a whole bunch of portfolio of products, a lot of business process frameworks that we offer. So every experience that you might have in an organization, in your HR function, in your finance function, in your IT function, each of those processes we are trying to solve for them and build them into a product. So while we are selling to the decision makers who could be your CIO, who could be your executive level decision makers, we are actually solving the needs of the users that are spread across the entire organization, across the different functions, and can have different asks and needs and backgrounds coming in trying to use that product. It's very important to try and remember that sellability as well and not shy away from it too much. One of my favorite practitioners, and he's passed away a few years ago now already, I think 2020, but Clayton Christensen and some of his thought leadership around disruptive innovation has been a real inspiration for me. I like this quote because it not just talks about current needs, it also shines the light on anticipating and understanding future needs and how they're evolving over the course of time. So, as it says here, successful companies can put too much emphasis on customers' current needs and fail to adopt new technology or business models that will meet customers' unstated or future needs. There's a lot of material on this. There's some great books here, The Innovator's Dilemma, Jobs to be Done, which is basically an evolution of the disruptive innovation methodology. It talks about how to understand what the customer is saying, but beyond what they're saying, what are some of their unsaid needs? How do we anticipate and really drill down and understand those unsaid needs? Because it's not up to the customer to articulate what they need. It's up to us as product people, whether it is research or design or engineers or product managers or the whole ecosystem, to really dig into that and understand what is that enablement, what is that solution that is going to turn the whole experience around and make the whole thing click together. So Workday has been a huge disruptor, right? I mean, 20 odd years ago when we started off, we disrupted the entire ERP space. We were cloud first, we really made a complete flip of the business model in terms of how these processes would be solved. Today, we're continuing to drive that disruptive innovation. AI, everybody's thinking about AI, everybody's trying to use AI. And if you've been following some of them, I know there's a whole bunch of Workday people here as well, so please find them and talk to them about their products because there's really cool innovation stuff they're working on. But some of the things that we've launched and talked about and are in the scale of, in the space of scaling over the next 12 months or so are precisely AI-enabled processes, because we see the advantages of where those efficiencies are, where those risk mitigation advantages are, and how we can build that into our space. So we're not just focusing on our customers' current needs, but we're going one step, two steps further and trying to understand, anticipate what the next set of needs will be and what will continue to make our product useful over the next 10 and 20 and beyond years. So I want to quickly go through this iterative process of innovation. And just to get a sense of how many of you are in the space of innovating and launching innovative product features. Raise your hands. Okay, fair few. Yeah, so you would have, none of this should be new to you, right? But just to go through it again, so you start with that initial planning, you have your certain set of hypotheses, you understand where you're going to go. From there, you really get into the drilling down of the requirements, you work with your customers, your users, you create focus groups, you try to understand what are the current pain points that they're experiencing, and you try to drill down and understand why they might be those pain points, what is the ecosystem and why those pain points even exist. You go through that analysis and design process, you make sure that you are keeping into the picture the user experience side of things. So it's not just how they are being offered that product, it's also how they interact with that product. Does it make sense? Is it intuitive? Is it easy to navigate? Is the education around that easily available to them? Are there enough training processes available? How do they measure what they are able to do? How do you measure their interactions and the successful usage of their product? Is it as you expected, or are they hacking it? Are they trying to do something completely different? Which gives you another opportunity to explore and design your user flow in order to understand what could be possible in that problem space and that part of the system. You continue to sign board, you get into development, and as you develop, you continue to test and evaluate as well, because you definitely need that continuous feedback loop to understand, okay, what are the next set of features that we need to enhance and evolve? What have we missed? What have we not been able to measure? What is intangible out there that we need to get to as well? And that brings me to another four-letter word that I want to talk about, which is sometimes as product managers, we forget how much of an influence we have on our teams. As product managers, we are in a leadership position by default. Even if we don't seek it, even if we don't want it, we say, oh no, we don't want to be product managers in the sense that I don't want to be managing a team. I just want to keep me, let me do the product stuff because that's easy, that's objective, I don't have to deal with people, etc., etc. But in reality, you are influencing the entire team. Your peers, people, let's say, junior to you down in the chain, your senior management, because you're trying to influence, negotiate, you're creating decisions, and you're trying to get buy-in, you're trying to get the investment in, you're trying to create a roadmap. You own the roadmap. So, and this is not just on product managers, it's again, all the roles that are associated with it. You have to work together. I love this graphic, I don't know how many of you know, but in Spain, in Catalonia, this is called Castel, which is a human tower. And if you really, I don't know if it's easy to see here or not, but from 90-year-old people to 9-year-old people, everybody in the community is involved in building this tower because you really have to balance the weight, and the lightest person, the smallest, lightest person needs to go at the top, and at the base you really need people who need to be pushing together, in fact, to try to create that strong foundation. And in fact, even all the way to the end, you will see that people are pushing up against that tower. And that's really, for me, the best way to visualize a team. And the product manager could be anywhere or everywhere, trying to support literally the stability of that product and of that setup. So in my current stint, I've taken over.
Am I late?
No.
Okay.
I'm back to get. I left a name taggy thing they get me.
Oh, do we need that? Okay.
Need that, so that's what I was trying.
Towards becoming a product capability roadmap.
Well done. Smashed
Thank you, and you. We have to talk about the whole dyslexia thing. That like.
Yeah. It's such a huge thing. It's crazy.
I used to do product for a nonprofit around.
Really?
Sure where that's
Wow. If you look at our diary, like the journal that they use to take the bookings, the color styles and schemes are designed to create
WCAG.
for dyslexia.
Yeah.
Well, I can't remember. There's a name for that. We had a consultant.
Oh, I'm just saying that the WCAG standards.
That's probably what it is. Yeah, I can't remember the name, but we had
World Congress Accessibility Guidelines.
Yeah. We had
Give it
a
a second.
consultant come in
Yeah.
to tell us.
Just everybody talk lively so we don't listen to the conversation.
We don't hear anything.
His or mine?
A little bit of background entertainment. Tag teaming. So, and one of the first things that I said to my team was, you can say no. You can say no. I remember the expression, how the expression changed. It was as if suddenly I had given them the freedom to do whatever they wanted.
I was going to the bathroom earlier. I'm like,
And I was like,
shut up. It's fine.
prioritizing is the #1 job that we do in product. And it's not just limited to the product manager. Collectively, that's the #1 thing we need to do. You don't achieve efficiencies and scale if you try to do everything and you completely distribute your investment all the way across the board. Uncertainty. And in fact, that brings me straight to that leadership comparison. Dealing with ambiguity, taking it head on, trying to make sense of it, defining it, describing it, and coming up with a path beyond that ambiguity is something that we do in the product space very well. And what we don't realize is how closely it is associated with actually all other aspects of a leader as well. You don't just have to be a product leader, you could be leading any space, any team, and dealing with that ambiguity is really what you get good at and what will make you successful in your career as well. So lean into that leadership potential and skill that you have in dealing with ambiguity. And dealing with failures. all have heard about, fail fast, learn fast, keep moving, iterating, etc., etc. But the first step of failing fast and learning fast is to be okay with it, and is to not be totally hung up on, oh, I got a customer bug and the customer is upset. Yes, okay, it happens. We can make stuff. We can't make perfect stuff from scratch all the time, but what is important is we take feedback, we understand what went wrong, we have the ability to fix it now or in a little while or in 6 months. I've been in front of the customer saying to them, we've stopped the bleeding, let's say, but it will be 12 months before we will actually be able to fix this problem. Is that okay? And the customers come back to me and said, yes, we can live with that. So we get hung up ourselves in our own heads that, oh my God, this customer bug is going to be the end of everything. But in reality, that may not be true. Everybody has a way of living with bugs, and we should be okay to live with bugs as well. And it can sometimes become a distractor, because you can now dedicate maximum capacity of your roadmap on fixing bugs and on responding to those bugs, whereas really you should be focusing on building the features and trying to understand what are the needs and how can we continue to solve those needs. I'm a big fan of lean practices in general, and Kanban in particular, which has its traces back all the way back to lean manufacturing, is one of my favorites, because not just about the way the visualization works, and so if folks are not familiar, Kanban practices basically help you visualize all the work that you have, or in the manufacturing context, it helps you visualize your measure of all the inventory that you have. And then once you can see everything that you're working on, then you can start prioritizing, you can start comparing and contrasting, using measures and metrics to actually make decisions across the board, across your inventory in the physical context, or across your cards that track your software delivery work. But what is interesting to understand is that it also empowers the team, because now the information is not held in, as a secret or as the power of the decision makers, of the leaders of the team. Now all of that information is available to everybody. So it's a democratic process where everybody can understand what the criteria are, what is important, what are the factors using which we should measure value for our business, for our team, for our offering. And once you understand that rationale, everybody is empowered to take those decisions as well. So it doesn't become, I'm the boss, I tell you what to do. It becomes, I'm a team member, I understand what needs to be done, I understand what I need to do next when my capacity is free. So it's a complete empowerment play when it comes to Kanban, and it really makes the teams to come together, to share information, to talk, exchange, and to come together and deliver more. And as you do that, because you are becoming more and more efficient at doing your work, at pulling work that needs to be done next, at saying no to things, at not freaking out because of customer bugs and customer complaints, you now have the headspace and the state of calmness to try and go for more exploration, which is going back to understanding the user needs. So really, each of these practices feed the cycle and become that virtuous cycle, a virtuous loop of value. And losing control. That is another one of those things that, in particular, has been a learning for me, because my team has probably found that aspect the hardest to come around. And as they have learned to give up control of some of the things that they were experts at and were responsible for before, and have now sort of taken on a supervisory role to look after those responsibilities, the latitude that they get to try and now do new things, to learn new things, to engage with customers, to be a lot more in front of what they need to be doing. So letting go is actually difficult, but is probably the best way to letting other stuff come in. one door closes, but the other door starts opening. And that brings me to the last point, which is, and I know John is going to talk about it more after the break, is the role of the human in the world of AI. I mean, it's everybody's guess, right? Things are going to change. A few weeks ago, I was watching, with my daughter, I was watching a little video of how they make cakes. And it was about a 15-minute video, let's say. And for the first 10 minutes, we did not see a single human being in that video. It was all basically a manufacturing facility baking cakes at scale, from the cake to the decoration to the configuration to the writing happy birthday on the top of the cake. Everything was mechanized. And at the 10th or the 11th minute, my daughter was like, where are all the people? Who's making these cakes? The people are configuring those machines. The people are building the design in. They're supervising. They're providing the oversight. And they're thinking about, OK, what is the next enhancement and the next thing we need to make? So we need to let go of some of the things that we have been very good at doing in the past, up until now. And we have to become very good at dealing with that ambiguous space of trying to figure out, OK, what might be coming next is unknown to us, but based on what we've done in the past, what we're doing in the present, and what we think is relevant in the future from a problem space perspective, how can we become that supervisory oversight entity that can help technology deliver what we do? So technology will be the enabler from a delivery point of view, from a cost and efficiency and scale point of view, but we have to be the ones that keep charge or keep track of the thought process and the decision making and the values that need to stay in, not just in terms of business value, things that matter, but also in terms of human values and personal values and the user experience that needs to stay in everything that we do. And that's me.
Okay, I'll just ask our speakers to come to the panel. We're going to have a 10-minute panel, and we'll be about 5 minutes late getting to coffee, but no longer than that. So if you can just step up. Denise, maybe just under your images, not that we'll get confused, but you never know. People have been active on Slido, but we also have some roving mics. So I'm going to get started with our first prize winner, just saying about the questions, and that's Martin Sharkey. So thank you, Martin. And my screen's just gone dead. So how do you see the role of engineering in product management? Should they be customer-facing and part of the feedback loop for the product they are developing? So I might start with the prompt there, Paddy.
So I obviously gave an example of where an engineer was going out and working on site. I think generally engineers need to understand the problem we're solving, because I think it may even be a Marty Kagan saying where if they hear about the solution for the first time in a backlog, you've lost about 50% of the value of an engineer. Honestly, some of the best solutions we have been purely from engineering. So I would say that they need to be involved really early on. Ideally, they sit on calls or at least watch calls, but not everybody is super comfortable with that. So sometimes it can be destructive to push them into something that they really, really don't want to do. But I think if on every team you don't have at least one engineer who's kind of interested and digging into that and can lead the rest of them, you probably won't get as good a solution, I think.
Richa, would you add to that in terms of your experience in Workday?
Yeah, as well. I mean, ultimately, as we've talked about as well, right, really getting into the process of what the user experience is. What are some of the areas that are unclear or naughty and doesn't flow smoothly? How can we unravel that? How can we solve for that?
Okay, and Denise, anything to add?
Yeah, I guess what I would say, kind of building on what Paddy said, if you have folks that aren't comfortable, there's other ways around it. They can sort of sidecar and come listen, or even the recording. So whether someone has the time or the interest or there's ways to make sure that the empathy is shared.
Yeah.
Okay.
I have one example actually that was last week. One of our engineering managers who's looking after our onboarding flow, she just shadowed one of our onboarding agents. Instead of talking to the customers, it was like an internal person in Forest, and they were able to just watch and listen to the call, and I think they got pretty much the same level of learning, I think, as if they did it themselves.
Okay, so different methods of,
Yeah.
of doing that in maybe safer spaces
Yes.
for those of us who are less comfortable.
Yeah.
Okay, so an interesting question from Anon, and this might come out in the wash here, so it's for Denise. Thanks for the talk. Would you be willing to share one of the worst business decisions you've ever made and the impact it had and the costs and the lessons learned? So just getting into the nitty-gritty of...
I'm not going to question why that's for me, but I have plenty of those, and I'm happy to share them.
So maybe how does product ops solve that in the end would be a good way to finish that, Denise. But
Yes, I'm just going through the reel of mistakes. Probably not talking to customers and not having the leverage to access them and thinking, well, we'll figure it out later. This was earlier in my career. So we pushed ahead, checked the box, and got a product delivered that I think probably had 10% of the uptake that we'd expected 40% of. So that was a hard lesson that you can't develop products in a vacuum. Obvious learning lesson, but you'd be surprised how many companies, and this happened to me in my career earlier, that this still happens. So product ops can help in terms of enabling teams to have easier access and not spend so much time having to chase down or find folks or find the right folks in the user segment.
okay, I think one of my toughest periods as a product manager myself, the CTO looked at me across the desk one day and said, Claire, experience is what you get when you don't get what you want. I think it's actually the power of reflection.
Yeah.
And just a note, we do quite a lot of that at third level. But it is that really powerful thing of, and that's why experience counts. Actually, it's not just the experience of the good things.
Yeah.
We often learn more on the tougher days. So worth a note. Denise, since you've just closed on that, I'm just going to ask you a question about common signs or company size that you think indicates the need for product ops. What are the characteristics?
Yeah, folks will ask me what size should a company be? I think it really, those two words, it depends. But I think as you start seeing miscommunication, you start seeing teams checking boxes, as I did earlier in my career, and rushing to get something done versus delivering value. So that's certainly a sign. And as you're scaling and people are spending too much time talking about how to do the work versus doing the work, I think those are good signs.
Okay, great. Kate O'Connor has a question for Richa. You spoke about the importance of anticipating future customer needs. Could you share where you go for inspiration, solving problems in future-focused ways? And I think that's basically that unmet, unarticulated need that you mentioned.
Yeah. A lot of it is starting with research. I mean, really, there is no shortcut to research, and sometimes it can be a really painstaking, process to get to the bottom of it. But often looking adjacent to business models in terms of where other ways that customers have been delighted, what that impact has been, and how to actually bring that impact back into our products and experiences. So, for example, my team looks after localizing Workday products, which means taking it from one market and bringing it to the other. And it's not just in a B2B context that it has been done. It is done on websites, it's done on apps, it's done on B2C software, it's done everywhere. And there are very quick real-time widgets that are being offered. You just go click and you get real-time rendering of whatever that other language is that's being offered to you. So even looking at the ecosystem around you and saying, oh, that's interesting. Nobody has actually articulated that to me as an unmet need, but it must be, because this is not being fulfilled by our offering today. So how might we validate that it actually is beneficial to pursue? How might we prioritize it? And then if it meets all of those criteria, then how might we go after it?
Okay, thanks, Richa. Stephen Dolan, one of our graduates, So shifting gears slightly, does the panel consider customers to be just as important a factor in products for internal users that are mandated to use the product, or is return on investment more important? Paddy, would you take that one?
Yeah, I think they should be. I don't think we necessarily treat them that way. I think even for us, a lot of when you talked about transparency in product operations, one of our biggest challenges right now is, you would have seen the geography and the map and all the regions that we have, actually serving them as customers is one of our big challenges. So we talk to our own customers a lot, but for example, a CX team or a support team sitting in Germany being set up to properly deliver our products, I don't think we've done a great job of that over the years, and we can actually see it now in terms of you may create some nice innovation like I've just been explaining, but if we don't treat our team as customers, we see that it doesn't really get the same level of adoption or impact. I think if it's mandated, I suppose it's a little bit different, but I think there's still outcomes, right? You're still trying to drive business results. I know Louise Bernstein, if anyone's ever had some conversations with Louise, who was doing this in HubSpot. I remember having a lunch with her, and she kind of described the business results that she was able to get by building internal products for internal teams. And actually it outstripped most of the stuff I was trying to build for customers. So I think if you rethink about it as the business outcome, internal teams can drive as much results as external products as well. Not that we've done it very well, which is why we're trying to improve.
I'm getting a rash of questions in here, so I'm just going to take one more actually before we close, and it's going to be a horizontal one from Sinead. As very senior people in product management positions, what's the most important career decision you made that helped you get where you are today? So Richa, you're smiling, so that's for you.
Back when I was working in financial services in Citi, I decided to lead an internal startup to basically compete with emerging fintech companies that were flooding the market, to design a machine learning based credit algorithm to go after emerging markets and help distributors and provide them affordable financing. It was an amazing experience. 2 years we were out in Nigeria and speaking to people on the ground and trying to get investment from our C-suite and everything. And then the hardest thing was that we had to wind it up after 2 years because the technology was just not ready. I mean, in today's world, when you have an integration, you get the sales data from a Shopify or equivalent, it's a different ballgame. But this was, 10 years ago, the data was Excel sheets, and it was just really difficult to try and get. But some of the best learnings I got was from just that continuous fail fast, learn fast, fail fast, learn fast experience.
Thanks, Richa. Paddy, your most important decision that got you here?
There's probably two, I would think. So first of all, moving from engineering to products, I was an extremely opinionated engineer, and somebody sat me down and nicely said, you should probably go into product because you're kind of annoying everybody. Well, why are we building this and what's going on? A guy named Tim Moran actually had that conversation with me in the Now Factory. I don't know if he may be here or not, but I think that's really would have been the start for me. But in terms of my career as it is today as a CPO, I was looking around. When I joined Forest, I was looking around at like a head of director type role, and there was a lot out there to come in and run teams of product managers and things like this. Forest at the time, all of product and design was Ronan, the CEO, and don't let the picture I showed earlier fool you. It was not perfectly made as a product manager. But the choice to go into a company, I went in as a director of product, but there was nothing. It was just myself. That's probably been the best thing that I've ever done, because I was building the product, hiring the people. Even 3 years in, I was still running a team and leading other people. And I think because of that, I had to get really deep into the customer and understanding things. And I honestly don't think I would feel as comfortable in a leadership role today as I do if I hadn't had to really work in a much earlier stage business. So I think that's probably been the best thing for me.
Good place to cut your teeth.
Yeah, exactly, yeah.
Okay. And Denise, to you?
I guess I would say learning to embrace fear and discomfort. And that's where growth happens. So I was at Condé Nast for 9 years, steady Eddie, lots of internal politics. Learned to sharpen my elbows there. But once I left there and went to Cision, I'm like, what is this B2B? What is this SaaS? I don't know what this is. This seems dumb. That was the most formative learning experience to get me to where I am today. And I didn't understand it. I thought, maybe this isn't for me. This isn't consumer facing. But embracing fear, writing a book, talking to you guys. So if you're not challenging yourself and not scaring yourself in projects and jobs, push yourself, and that's where the growth happens.
Yeah, I think of that as always finding a new ledge to stand on.
Yeah.
Sometimes it can be a bit tiring.
Yeah.
And sometimes your team can say, okay, enough ledges, we're done now.
Yeah.
But that is where the learning is. So I'm just going to sincerely thank our speakers from this morning's session. And I think we might have been concerned about getting enough questions, and we didn't need to go to the room because there's about 3 or 4 more here that I haven't gotten to, but there'll be time to mingle. And I am keen to stop now because networking is a really important part of what we're facilitating here. So there's a full 20 minutes for coffee. We'll get back in here at 12 o'clock. But from fail fast, learn, apply, to, I think, career transition, which is something we do well. And how can we support other people to do that is a question I would have. And then kind of being smelted in the furnace, I think, is I'll summarize that as your experience, Denise. Thanks very much, everyone, for your questions. Anyone who asked a question, including the Anons, please go to our registration desk, to Barbara, to Michelle, to Shauna, and you can ask for a book. And otherwise, enjoy your tea, coffee, refreshments, and we'll see you back in here at 12 sharp. We'll probably start guiding you in at about 5 minutes too. Thank you very much.
Thanks, Exactly.
All right, test, test, 1, 2, 1, 2, test, test. Is that good? Keep going with the level. How is that? Test 1, test 2, test, test, test 1.
One, one, two, 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 one. Ladies and gentlemen, 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10. Go for there.
Hello, testing.
Yeah.
Yeah, all good?
All good.
Okay.
Oh yeah. Yeah, testing one.
So lean Cronin. Testing 1, 2, 3. Liam Cronin, CEO.
Good morning. We might just get restarted. I know some people are still coming back in after lunch, but just to keep us on track. You're all very welcome. My name is Colin Hughes. I'm head of the Graduate Business School here at TU Dublin, and I hope you're having a great morning. I know I have a notebook full of things already, which is great. Kind of makes me wonder that we've about 6,500 business students in our Faculty of Business. They should kind of all be at today, so maybe that's the challenge for next time, Claire. Our next session focuses on AI. So, and AI is something that's already having such a transformational impact on all of our organisations and indeed our lives, and we've heard about all of our speakers kind of mention AI this morning. Unsurprisingly, it's also reshaping a lot of our programs, or all of our programs in business in TU Dublin, and most notably our product management portfolio. It gives me great pleasure to introduce John Haggerty, AI and Data Product Leader and Coach. Regular guest expert speaker, John has spearheaded product initiatives at startups, high-growth businesses and enterprises for the last 20 years or so. As a product leader and coach, John guides teams through product discovery and AI-driven innovation, fostering continuous learning and data-informed decisions. And we heard this morning about the importance of data and insights. In his talk, John will focus on shareholder collaboration, trust and transparency. And in doing so, he'll define AI for business for us, and I suppose help to demystify AI, hopefully, for most of us. So John, you're very welcome, and after John's session we will do a Q&A and we'll go to the audience for questions for that. So thank you.
Thank you, Colin. So we'll go here. We're going to be talking about stakeholder collaboration in the age of AI. Really focusing on enhancing trust and transparency. Before we dive in, I do want you all to take a moment and think about the current initiative you're working on, or the last few initiatives that you worked on What are you, where am I positioned? Getting that. Find a spot that I won't sit at. Let's stand there. That's worse. Let's see here. Maybe I'll just stand at the podium and you kill my mic and I'll use these. Is that better? Okay, good. I'm still getting a little buzz in my ear, but that'll be fine. So before we dive in, I want you to think about the current initiatives that you're working on now or that you've worked on in the past. And I want you to consider the outcome of that and how much of that was based on the enabling technology that you used and how much of that success or failure hinged on the involvement, the buy-in, and the perception of the stakeholders you worked with. And this is regardless whether it's an AI initiative or just a general technology initiative. I can just stay here, I'll be fine. Okay. Thanks. All right, as an introduction, my name is John Haggerty. It's the proverbial slide with a bunch of logos on it. I've spent the last 2 decades working on different product companies, different initiatives across various industries, everything from ad tech, martech, fintech, property tech, you name the lot. Currently, I am the founder and product coach at the PM Insider. It is a company I founded really focusing on creating value for founders who are looking to transition from founder-led to market-led in their approach. What I say is grow up and grow out. They need to mature and expand their product practices. I also recently joined forces with Holly Hester Riley over at the Product Science Group, where we are consulting and coaching mostly at large enterprises who are doing the digital transformation, really embracing the teachings of Marty Kagan and the empowered teams and what that takes. However, throughout my career, I have seen firsthand the value of stakeholder collaboration when it comes to AI products. It is so important to know who your internal users are across the organization. As a product leader, your product that you are delivering is twofold. One is your communication, how you're rolling things out to them and what you're telling them, and 2, your team. The product managers are your product. Are they fit for service? Are they solving the problems that your users have in those stakeholders around the organization? Now, I want you to take a moment, step back to that question I asked you earlier. What is that last initiative you worked on? I want a show of hands here. How many of those projects, those initiatives, those deliverables succeeded or failed depending on the stakeholders who were involved and how much they were involved? It's a good show of hands. They're invaluable. They really do, getting them won over, getting them involved, getting them invested are so important. AI isn't just a fancy technology or a buzzword for earning calls. It touches all of our businesses in some way, some facet. The tentacles of AI are far and wide-reaching. It involves everything from data science to marketing, product development, to the leadership teams. That is why collaboration is so important. We need to be able to bring together these diverse sets of opinions, of viewpoints, of worldviews to really generate and create AI solutions that work for the broader organization. If we don't do that, we risk misalignment, we risk inefficiencies, we even risk complete failure just from the buy-in of our stakeholders. This is why it's so important to be able to map and understand who your stakeholders are, and I'm going to talk a little bit about that as we go along. But, should I press the right button here? We know that AI is rapidly transforming our industries, what's happening. It's being adopted everywhere. You see it in retail, you see it in healthcare, you see it in finance. But the technology alone doesn't guarantee success. It is that collaboration, as I've talked about, that's important, that's essential. The ability to align this and understand who our stakeholders are, what are their priorities, what are their communication patterns, what are their methods, what are the frequency that you need to speak with them becomes so important. I keep a spreadsheet for my stakeholders that I track everything, name, title, what's their path to understanding the most important, or what's their most important communication tool? Do they want face-to-face? Do they want a Slack message? Do they want an email message? And I understand that by asking simple questions like, how many unread Slack messages do you have right now? What's your inbox look like? What are the apps you use outside of work? And really understanding that. But then I also dig in to find out what their priorities are by asking them questions like, what is the biggest challenge that we face right now as an organization? We are going to face in the near future. Following that up with why, my favorite question. Next, I would like to ask them, what is the largest unexploited opportunity for growth, and what would we need to do to solve that? And then finally, I really want to dig into empathy with them, which is so important, and be able to understand how they view me from their point of view. So I can put myself in their shoes, viewing back to me. And I ask them, if you were me, what would you focus on first? Asking those 5 questions give me so much insight. I understand how they think about problems. I understand how they think about solutioning. I understand how they view me. And then I'm able to take that and take action about knowing what are their priorities, knowing what they need from me, knowing where they need to go. This, in an AI sense, is invaluable because we need to be able to define for them what AI means. My favorite question right now to ask people is, what is AI? And hearing their answers and understanding what that looks like. For me, I define AI as the science of making machines smarter. Simplest term. But if you really look at AI, it is a multidisciplinary science that brings together things like, of course, technology, engineering, psychology, economics, many more, and really looks at the science behind understanding consciousness and cognition. Really technical. That doesn't really always work for those non-technical stakeholders. But finding a way and an ability to explain to them what is AI? Where do you want to go with it? What does it do? It becomes so important. So I like to use an example here of laying a foundation for what AI is. And if you look at AI, it is the universe of smarter machines. Inside that universe, there are a lot of galaxies. One of those galaxies is machine learning. This is where the machines begin to grow and evolve based off the information, the interaction with the other systems. Inside that galaxy, there's a solar system called large language models, or deep learning. And within that, there's different things like convolutional neural networks and recurrent neural networks if you need to get down even more detail with them. But being able to paint a picture and tell a story of what is AI. The other side of this clear communication and working with those stakeholders is your ability to explain to them how it's going to impact them, how it's going to impact their role, their responsibilities. And I like to use, for myself, a storytelling here about I used the early space program in the United States. Back then, we were first launching rockets, first sending satellites up, first sending people into space. We had human calculators that had to do the maths using slide rule to understand what was the delta V, the change in velocity that was needed to go transatmospheric or exoatmospheric. What is it needed to get orbital velocity? What was needed to do a translunar injection orbit? Those calculations were done by hand by human calculators. During that time, we developed machines that could do it faster, they could do it more accurate. Those into further decimal points. Those engineers had that role of running those human-derived calculations removed from their role and responsibility. Did those engineers go away? Absolutely not. They were moved into roles that required creativity, additional context, and understanding and human interaction. Those roles were not lost, they evolved and changed. With AI, I see that same evolution. It's where we are moving from humans operating as machines into roles and responsibilities where humans need to have creativity, they need to have understanding, they need to have context and empathy to do the work that's needed. It's that higher level thinking. It's getting your head out of the, above the trees to be able to see what's going on and understand that context. So how do we do this? We need to work through building trust through transparency. AI is often seen as a black box to those non-technical stakeholders. This lack of understanding can lead to mistrust. It can lead to resistance. This is why transparency and being able to build a story that you can tell that can resonate with those users becomes so important. We must demystify AI by being able to explain how it makes decisions, where the data comes from, and how those results are achieved. Through transparency, it isn't just the technical details, it's about that honest communication with those stakeholders internally to help them understand what's going on. Best example I can give here as an anecdote is looking at IBM's Watson, their journey in healthcare. Initially, Watson faced a lot of skepticism due to its black box nature. IBM recognized this and they took steps to begin involving the medical community. They began publishing their white papers so people could understand. They were taking feedback, they were taking information in on it, making it a public discourse about how the system worked, why it was working that way, what they were doing for changes. And this opened up the community to help Watson and IBM become a thought leader in that area. And again, it goes back to working with the users, talking with the users, as we've heard multiple times today. One of the big challenges in implementing AI is managing expectations. It is crucial to understand that AI benefits often emerge gradually over time. Results are not always immediate. We must set realistic goals and timelines for AI implementations. This will ensure our stakeholders' support for the short term and for the long term. Recommendations I have here are listed on the board. You can see here, start with a pilot. Find something small that you can have an early win on. A lot of times this is an internal tool, something you're going to use for your team, so you have your internal stakeholders as the customer, and they're going to be able to help and see the success of that product. This really helps you getting those early wins and building up that credit for longer implementation cycles that are needed. I absolutely love the crawl, walk, run, so focus on those small, measurable results that you can start to demonstrate success towards that long-term vision. Regular check-ins. Just like talking with users, as we heard Paddy talk about earlier, those internal stakeholders are your users as well. Finding time to regularly check in with them, talk with them, understand what's going on. Developing an ROI timeline, knowing what success looks like and having the ability to measure it, knowing what your leading indicators are, knowing what is going to define success and having that in place before work starts on it is hugely important. Stakeholder mapping. I really recommend this for everyone. Develop a way to track and understand who your stakeholders are, what their relationships are, what they like to do, how they like to communicate, what is the message you're going to deliver to them is so important. How you talk to customer success is different than how you talk to legal, to finance, to the C-suite. If you're talking to the board of directors, it all becomes different. For myself, my last role as a head of product, we had 4 different roadmaps that gave the same information that was for 4 different audiences. Was it for the internal product team, how we were talking about it, understanding where our dependencies lied, where they were going. When we were talking to our internal partners, in our main core areas, whether it's technology, research, and the internal leaders around the organization, especially CS and ops, where we needed to have that go-to-market plan in place. They could understand it. Then we had for the executive team, the leadership team, really knowing what that roadmap looked like and how that laid out. And then I also had a board deck, of course, for the board to understand what that roadmap looks like. The granularity and the information in each of those depends on who the audience is, what they need, what they wanted. When I rolled out that information to them, some of them got it in a meeting, some of them got it via Slack, some of them got it via an email. It all depended on who that person was, what does it look like. And then you want to look at your leading and lagging indicators of success. That AI, as I mentioned, that AI value doesn't emerge immediately. It comes over time. You need to be able to understand what that looks like and be able to explain how you want to get there and how it's going to be measured. So this is all great in theory, John. Wonderful theories, great information. How do I put this in practice? What does it look like to use stakeholder engagement, stakeholder feedback to really do an AI initiative, whether it's a internal-facing AI for productivity inside of our company, AI for product management, or if it's going external and it's an AI product going to market. It's the two sides of the AI coin from a product management point of view. Well, what does that look like? So I'm gonna give you a couple examples of work I've done that I have found successful that I hope you can learn some examples by. So the first is AI-driven feedback loops. So we talked about talking to your users. This is when you get at scale and you have tens of thousands, hundreds of thousands, millions of users who are giving you constant feedback. It's that unstructured data. It's that qualitative results. It's that research. AI's superpower is its ability to process these mass amounts of data in real time. This capacity allows us to create powerful feedback loops that can drive continuous improvement. Now, imagine being able to instantly analyze customer feedback across a platform, across multiple platforms. You could have social media, you could have customer service interactions, you could have product usage, you could have CSAT scores, you could have NPS results, all of those, and then be able to derive actionable insights for your business decisions in near real time. So what I've done working with my customers, my clients, is I've had the ability to work with a major e-commerce platform using AI to analyze their customer reviews and their search patterns. When working with the sales teams there, working with the CS teams, and working with the developers, the product managers, the R&D teams, we were able to notice that a trend among the customers where they were searching for eco-friendly packaging. What we did was we derived that we needed to make a quick adjustment to the product listings and the supply chain to meet this demand. This resulted in a 15% increase in sales in just a matter of months. Hugely beneficial for the company. I also worked with a telecommunication company that was looking to implement an AI system to analyze their customer service calls. We worked with the customer service team to understand how they were taking those calls in, how they were logging it, what did that look like. We worked with the sales team to understand how these customers were sold, what they wanted, what they needed. We worked with the data teams to help pull the data together, to get it normalized, to get it understand, and really made it clear that we just wanted to learn what was happening. What we identified in that process was that customers who mentioned contract review, contract renewal, just that phrase, if that phrase came up in the call anywhere, that there was a 30% higher chance of churn for those users. So what we did was we implemented an AI solution that did auto-transcribing, and it looked for that phrase at any point said by the customer. And if it did, we automated them into a proactive retention campaign, and we saw a 25% decrease in churn. So that is where working with these different teams, understanding what they want, what they need, what's happening, can really drive success. So just so you know, a 5% increase in churn, 5% increase can have a 75 to 95% increase in bottom line revenue. And this was a 25% change. So it was hugely beneficial for the company. These AI-driven insights can help companies iterate faster. They can, on their products, they can keep stakeholders informed in real time, understanding what's going on. So not only getting the stakeholders involved in this process early to help understand the problem that needs to be solved, why it needs to be solved, where it needs to go, coupling that with now the insights that we're deriving, the information that we're getting, can help keep them informed on the front end and informed on the back end. So now the users have, those internal stakeholders have greater insight into what's happening with the business because we were able to automate it. The other side of this is churn prediction. I talked a little bit about it, but this is more going into, we were on qualitative before, this gets into quantitative. Now you can do quantitative analysis with AI, can be an early win, one of those quick wins that can help you implement and look for crucial business problems that need a solution. AI can analyze past behavior patterns to predict which customers will be likely to leave, allowing companies to take proactive measures. This time I am going to drop a name because this was when I was at List Reports. It was a company in the US focused on the US residential real estate market, sold mostly to mortgage loan originators. We created an AI product that pulled together different data sources and allowed for the insights into what was happening in the market. Who was the buying agent? Who was the selling agent? Who underwrote the mortgage? Who sold the mortgage? All that type of information. So we could tell who was on which side of the transaction. In the US, everything centers around who that real estate agent is. Everybody goes to them for referrals. So the mortgage underwriters wanted to work and partner with these real estate agents. What we were able to find from this information was give them insights into, are you gaining or losing wallet share as a percentage of business with that realtor? Are they cheating on you? If so, who are they cheating on you with? Are there people in your market, in your area that you focus on that you should know? Because they do a lot of business similar to you, and you could probably get good referrals from them. Hugely important information. Excuse me. We got to this product by talking to our users to understand what their problems were, and to our salespeople, knowing what they were hearing, what was important there, talking to CS, talking internally, and really, instead of building it in a vacuum, we were working with the different teams to pull together that information to really understand. So as important it is to talk to your users, it's so important to talk to your internal stakeholders. Now, when we rolled this out, it wasn't the best success. We wanted to figure out why it wasn't succeeding like we thought, like we had heard. Where were our mistakes? And this is why, again, continuing that information, continuing that understanding with our internal users, we were able to find, with our internal stakeholders, we were able to find out where we missed. We brought together more information, better made it more, instead of just data, we were giving them insights, narrative format, really using the power of AI to derive value from insights in the data, and we delivered that to them, then it took off and it launched. So it wasn't just pulling the information together, it was giving them the insights that they could garner from it. That was hugely successful. Once we hit success with that, we started seeing a trail off on the back end. We were losing. We had a leaky funnel of users, and we had higher churn than we expected. Part of that was due to what was happening in the mortgage market at that time. Rising interest rates to tamp down on inflation was really driving people. There was a loss of refinancing opportunities for them that was drying up, and it was all new transaction. So what we did then was we started looking at the data to figure out the user interactions that were highly predictive of long-term usage. What did that look like? We talked to CS to understand what the onboarding flow looked like from a hands-on white glove treatment, especially with some of our high-end customers. We talked to the salespeople, what they were hearing, why we were losing some, where was it, and be able to delve in and really create some insights. The important thing with AI that we used here was the quantitative analysis and looking at multi-factored time series data that gave us insights into, ironically, they had to do 5 out of 9 different activities within the first 14 days, but it could be any combination of them. For us to get that insight by doing it ourselves would have taken months of analysis to really dive in to figure out what that onboarding, the successful onboarding of a new user looked like to be set up for success. With AI, we were actually able to do it in a couple days and get that insights. It was fantastic. We saw a 5% decrease in churn. It's okay. We were actually flat on revenue year over year. Doesn't sound fantastic, does it? Our counterparts, our competitors in the marketplace, each saw a 30% decrease in their revenue year over year. So when you put it in that aspect, when you look at it from the outside lens, hugely successful, even though we were flat in revenue. So this is why, this is where you can work with those internal partners, understand their problem, understand their needs, and use AI in different ways to really find success and how you can use it. For anyone who's heard me speak before, whether it's in a podcast or a different conference, one thing I always hit on, and you always need to make sure you have in your conversation with your stakeholders, is the ethical side of it, the fairness, the social impact of it. When we are implementing, when we are talking to our stakeholders, we must maintain the ethical consideration. AI is not unbiased on its nature. It's trained on biased data, and those biases do get reflected and can really have unethical impacts if they're left unchecked. These are why we need to have conversations from the beginning with stakeholders, with our teams, with our partners, to make sure that we are ensuring fairness, transparency, social responsibility in both the data collection, the data sources, and the model training. There have been some high-profile examples here of bias that's already surfaced. In the US, there was the Compass recidivism prediction model that's used by the criminal justice system that was found to discriminate against black and brown defendants. Amazon's own hiring algorithm exhibited bias against women, and especially women who attended women-only institutions for higher education. Facial recognition systems have performed poorly on people of color. This raises concerns, especially with law enforcement. Yeah, bias exists. These aren't unbiased systems. It's trained on our data of what we've created. If you look at the large language models, whether it's ChatGPT or Claude or Llama, any of those Geminis that are out there, it's written by what, they've been trained on what we've created, what we've written. Therefore, it's going to reflect back to us the same biases that we exist today. I want you to reflect on your organizations, your AI practices, how you're using it, and make sure that you are developing models that take into consideration fairness, they take into consideration those ethical questions, and how you want to have those conversations, how you want to tell those stories, and to really make sure that you bring that to the forefront. So I'm gonna start wrapping up here. Make sure you all have a picture of what's happening here. So. Remember, AI is more than just the technology. It's about the people who are using it. What are they working with? The collaboration, the transparency, the ethical considerations and conversations are the true drivers behind AI's success, whether you're implementing it internally for your own productivity, your own processes, or if you're implementing it externally in a customer-facing app or tool or product. We can create lasting, impactful solutions by bridging stakeholders' understanding of what AI is, what it can do with what is being delivered, bringing them in early, bringing them in often, ensuring that they understand it, ensuring that your communication with them is fit for purpose, that that answers the questions. Do the user research with them. Ask when you send out your next release notes or product update or your quarterly update, ask the NPS question at the end of it. Does what I deliver to you fit? Does my roadmap actually, if you didn't have, ask the Sean Ellis question. If you didn't have my roadmap, how disappointed would you be? Greatly disappointed, somewhat disappointed, or not disappointed at all? Actually getting that insight, getting that tactile, actionable information is so important. What I do want to leave you with is a 30-day challenge of action. I suggest taking steps in the next 30 days to do some of these. Maybe one or two. Stakeholder mapping. Said, hugely important. Understand who they are, what are their interests, what are their concerns, what are their communication patterns, how do you want to deliver them information? Create that, have that in your pocket. Do a cross-functional AI workshop. Bring together the technical teams, the non-technical teams, and create an understanding across all of them of what AI is, how you're using it today, how you could use it in the future. What are things we can do with this? Where are the problems? Begin having that understanding of bringing those teams together. If you have AI today, create a transparency report. Give an understanding of documenting how the system works, where it makes its decisions, what are the risks, what are the upsides, what are the downsides of using this, where it comes into play. Ethical checklists, I find them hugely beneficial. Having at the forefront, being able to have the conversation with stakeholders so they understand this is why we're using it, this is where the impacts are, these are the considerations we put in place, this is how we're going to review it. Having that governance in place is the first step when developing an AI product. And then the other one is an AI education program. And so this is a way for you to help those non-technical users really create an understanding of how AI works. Get them using ChatGPT. Have them play with it. Have them start using it to create their weekly menu at home for what they're going to be cooking that week or what they want to do, their shopping list, whatever it would be, to help an understanding of just using it, how it works, what does this look like? Help them understand what prompt engineering looks like to create effective prompts are great examples. So, final message I want to leave you with is that collaboration and transparency are the two main cornerstones here. It is, if we can move forward to start implementing these principles in our AI initiatives, we will be engaging our stakeholders, we'll be prioritizing transparency, we will be keeping the ethics at the forefront of our processes and our thoughts. Together with our stakeholders, with our users, we can build AI systems that not only drive business success, but also can contribute successfully and positively to our organizations and our society as a whole. Thank you all for your time today. Thank you all. Got 2 QR codes up in there. The one on the far side there, that takes you to an NPS survey. For me, I'm a product person at heart. I want feedback. My product today is this presentation, so that's your chance to give me feedback. If you leave me with feedback, you're going to get a reward. One, it's going to be my stakeholder map, the template for it that you can use in the future. And 2, I'm going to send you an article I wrote like 18 months ago on stakeholder management itself, and a lot of the practices, the processes, the things I do to really delve in to figure out how you get those insights from the stakeholders inside your company and what that would look like. The lower one, the smaller one, that's just me on LinkedIn, best place to find me. So please feel free to reach out and follow me. And then I'll be taking questions later, I guess. Is that all right now?
We might just turn this a little bit so that
We'll figure it out somehow.
Okay, so we're being agile here and figuring out our sound situation. So we do have time for a couple of questions. We're going to go to the audience for these questions. So we have a couple of roving mics, so do please raise your hand if you have a question for John. Who's going to kick us off? Do we have someone here?
Yep, he's coming down.
Hey, thanks for giving us an intro into how we're going to bring AI into our business. I just wanted to ask you about what do you need to think about around data? So you've got your own IP, which is your own product, but also then how do you then manage, do you need to communicate to customers, hey, we're going to start looking at our own internal systems, but don't worry, we're not looking at your data. I'm just wondering, how do you tackle that problem?
So one is having the conversations to begin with, having it up front, documenting it, so you understand where it is. Everything with AI starts with 2 things. 1, what problem are you trying to solve? And 2, where are you going to get the data? So being able to answer that, so you have the insights, you have the information. You're using internal data, great. If you can anonymize it, fantastic. That's what you really want to be able to do with it, those best practices when it comes to consumer privacy. If you're using outside data, if you're able to bring it in from a data broker and couple that with your data to add more information as well, that's as well. But one of the things I will say is you're not always going to be able to get clean data, and you're not always going to be able to get the actual data you really need. You may have to use proxy data, and you need to watch out for risks involved in that. One of the examples I can give is in the US, there was a insurance company that used medical spend for determining the need of the medical necessity of treatment. What the issue was, due to socioeconomic, due to racial disparity in healthcare spend, it determined that especially Black and brown communities had a lower need for medical care because they had a lower spend, where actually was they had lower access to it, so therefore they couldn't spend. And so being able to think through and have the decision of, yeah, it's not the right data, but it's close, and we can use it as a proxy, being able to adjust that and have that understanding. That's why having those conversations ahead of time, especially looking at the impact it could have, having the ethical side of it, having the transparency around how this was being done, so you can have that conversation with your stakeholders is important. But what I say is, get consent up front. Of course, good data privacy policies in place, to be able to discuss where it's being used, how it's being used, what are the outcomes from it, how it's being anonymized, how it's being, if it will be destroyed, how it gets destroyed. Having all those conversations up front and making sure everybody's on board.
Thanks, John. Okay, next question. You might just raise a hand. Oh, here we go.
Hi there. I was at the Young Scientist exhibition on the weekend, and I was looking at a project where some students had built an AI model to examine MRI data, and it was very effective in identifying anomalies, shall we say. For me, I'm a layman in AI. Could you describe how you go about building an AI model and what exactly it is?
No pressure?
No pressure at all. All right. So an AI model, AI starts, as I said earlier, it starts with the data and starts with the question you're trying to solve. The model is how it's taught to understand what that looks like. So I'm going to use the example you just gave, MRI scans. So that's going to be using computer vision is the tool within it. So that would be the planet within the machine learning galaxy. So you really getting that concept down where you're at. So it's using computer vision. And you train it to, the model is the training, what happens around it. How it knows what is a positive, what is a negative, and be able to understand that. There's different ways you can go about training it. I can go into detail on that if you want to have a conversation afterwards, because there's reinforced training, there's independent training, there's reward models, there's all this kind of. When I talk about AI, it's a lot like parenting. So it's teaching your kids how to get things and positive, negative reinforcement, what it looks like. Same thing with training the models. It's creating the fundamental process of how it's going to work. And that model will change over time as it gets used and as it sees more data. So knowing and understanding how it works, how it makes the decisions, what it does is so important. That's why I talk about the transparency, talking about the explainability, removing the black box, since the model's what's in the black box. Is that?
Great. We've one just down the front here, third row or so.
So you talked a lot about ethics in AI, and I'm fully aligned on the value of it, and being ethical is super important. But in an age where businesses are coming in flock to build AI stuff, and we have things left and right, ethics is often left on the side. So how do you have hard evidence or data to back up the fact that ethics in AI does help long-term commercial success?
How do you back it up? Well, right now we're in the space of generative AI. Right now the data is coming together. What I can say is, one, AI isn't new. It's been around since the 1950s. And it's been developed. Machine learning has come about more when we get into the 80s. And it's been things that have been developed over time. We know the value of it because it increases the functionality. You can go back to the manufacturing side. We were talking about earlier about the cakes being created, that there's a process here where the humans don't need to touch it. The other side of it, like I talked about earlier when I was talking about the space program, freeing up the ability for humans to do work that's creative. We are surrounded every day with robots that are coded to do specific tasks for us, but we don't think about it that way. Your coffee machine is a robot. It's designed to do one task, make you a cup of coffee. Your tea kettle, your electric tea kettle, that's a robot. It's designed to warm the water to a specific temperature and let you know when it's done. That's early versions of AI in place. It allows productivity and creativity for the humans. So the argument I would have in that case is I would provide, I want to know why they're asking it. What's their concern? I want to have empathy, I want to have understanding of them. And then I would begin finding examples and stories and be able to help them understand, change the paradigm of their thinking to come around. A lot of times it depends if they want hard data. I would find the data somewhere, talk through it. Lies, damn lies, and statistics. So you can spin a story any way you want there with data. But what I find is it's the stories, it's the anecdotes, it's the examples that give the best memorable pathway to success in that way.
Great. We've probably time just for one final quick question. Sorry, over here.
Is impacting the use cases and industry success. What are your thoughts on the European Union AI Act and how it is going to impact the various use cases in the industry and the success or business value out of it?
So my, one, I love it, that it's ahead of its curve. Two, I'm actually working on a side project because of it for bringing a product to market, mostly focused on the ethical side of it and understanding where the bias and heuristics are. I'm taking a higher education approach to it and actually looking at AI from a bias and heuristics point of view and be able to track them longitudinally like a clinical behavioral psychologist would do for the AI system. So really being able to have an understanding direction. What I like about what the AI Act is looking at is it's putting in place regulations, it's putting in place understanding, it's putting in place the ability to have benchmarks for AI that removes some of a little bit of the wild, wild west, but not always. But it'll help make it explainable, understandable, trackable, and transparent. But be able to put that information out there in front of people so you can make decisions of whether you want to interact with it. Is it good? Is it bad? What is that information? The more we can make things public, the more we can make things available for insights, for understanding, reportable, just creates more understanding of what's happening, why it's happening, where it's going, and really helps us create a world where we can trust things. And that's the big thing for me is it's about making sure we have a level of trust in place. Does that answer your question?
Okay, great. John, thank you. So, as you've probably gathered today, as a business school, as a university, we place a huge emphasis on product management education. Our latest product is something that we've created with Richa's team at Workday, just as she's leaving the room as I'm about to talk about her, which is an exciting new program for a PM program for employees there. But our legacy really goes back, as you've heard from the start of today, over 15 years, mainly under the leadership of Claire and our Faculty of Business, working with Technology Ireland, Digital Skillnet. And those programs have had a real legacy, a lasting legacy within the PM community. So we thought for our kind of final session today, it would make very good sense to invite a number of product leaders who are graduates of those programs to join us today for a panel discussion about the future of PM. So I might just ask our panelists to take the stage while I introduce you. So today we're joined by Bevan Callahan, who's a Product Operations Director at MasterCard. and has previously held senior roles at Global Payments Inc., In-Flight Dublin and Air New Zealand, amongst others. We have Ito Sullivan, who's Principal Product Manager at Vertex, having previously worked with one of our other long-standing partners, Musgrave, RPI, as well as Bank of Ireland and Google. And we have Mossy O'Mahony, who's VP of Product at Teamwork.com, having previously held a number of PM, marketing and business development roles at EI, Lincor Solutions and Populo. Today's panel will be chaired by Liam Cronin. Liam is CEO of the RDI Hub, having previously held the role of Commercial Director at Trinity's Adapt Centre and a series of senior executive roles at Microsoft over a 25-year period, amongst other things. I really hope you enjoy the panel discussion. Really looking forward to it myself. You're very welcome and thank you.
Yeah, so thanks, Colin. Thanks for the introduction. Amazing to see such a fantastic turnout here today. Just before we kind of get down to kind of doing the introductions and stuff like that, like I did want to just kind of call out, like I've been super impressed with all the speakers this morning. Amazing insights there, like from Denise, from Paddy, from Richa, and from John there in AI. So well done on that. Una mentioned kind of in the opening address this morning that, there's a working group came together 15 years ago to talk about product management. I'm old enough to be was involved in part of that working group. And I remember at the time there was the whole discussion around, is it project management, is it product management? John talked about a kind of a crawl, walk, run model. Like we were crawling on product management back 15 years ago. We started to run and now we're really going well. And like, I think it would be remiss of me before we even get down to our own discussion. Most people here in the room know that one person in particular has kind of driven a lot of what's happened in product management in Ireland and has really kind of put product management in Ireland on the map. And I know we'll probably run out of time here and we'll all run off for lunch or people, whatever. And I think it would be remiss if we didn't really acknowledge the work that Dr. Claire McBride has done over the last 15 years driving product management in Ireland. So please put your hands together. Yeah, so look, it's not about me today. I'm really just meant to make sure I move this panel quickly. So I suppose my own introduction, as Colin said, he gave a detail of where I've kind of worked and stuff. Like I was lucky enough to be on the first cohort back in 2012, again, giving away my age here. But like for me at the time, as Claire said earlier on, I was one of those earner learners. I'd spent 25 years working at Microsoft. I didn't really know what I wanted to do. I did know that I wanted to move on from Microsoft at that stage and have another career. But like the graduate diploma in product management just opened my eyes to so many opportunities. I was involved in a startup at the time. Probably wasn't the ideal profile for the product management course. I was working in a corporate and I had a startup. But like what the course taught me was, whether the startup was going to be a success or not. So we talked a lot this morning about customer discovery. That was a key thing I did over that 12 months, is find out about customer discovery. I wish there was more AI there at the time. Would have made my life a lot easier. I probably would have made the decision to not go ahead with that startup earlier than I did. But the 12 months on the postgrad and the year afterwards on the masters helped me make the decision that the product I was involved in, the startup I was involved in, there was a gap in the market, but there wasn't a big enough gap. And it was time to fail fast and exit. Like some of the things we talked about here this morning. So it was fantastic from that perspective. Like I think what's been great as well for me about the course, and if I look back those 2 years I was involved, the quality of the people who are involved in it, and I'm still using the resources today 15 years on. I mean, earlier on I see Ramal Pereira. I mean, our very first module, if you remember back in Mossy, was business model canvas, and I was like, where's the business model canvas been all my life? That I can summarize something in one page was amazing in the very first module, and it really kind of got me into the whole program. And then there's been other resources over the last 15 years, like Barry O'Reilly, anybody follows him, about Unlearn. I had to unlearn a lot of stuff I learned at Microsoft before I could kind of move on into another career in Trinity and RDI Hub where I am now. I did my final dissertation in the Masters on strategic partnerships. And wow, I'm still following it, and I still get emails into my inbox every Monday morning about the importance of strategic alliances, the importance of strategic partnerships, what John mentioned there earlier on about the stakeholder management and all that kind of stuff. And I think Denise mentioned Linny's newsletter. Anybody should follow that. It's amazing. But anyway, hopefully you won't be hearing too much more from me. I'll just be asking the questions. What we're going to do over the next, 25, 30 minutes is we're going to do introductions now so everybody knows who's on the panel, a little bit more context to the journey that the guys have gone on. I've got 2 or 3 questions, that I can ask the guys. That's the easy part because they already know the questions, so it's not going to be too difficult for them to answer. But what I want to do is leave about 10 minutes at the end for you guys to ask the questions. So you all challenged John there, really good questions. So in 25 minutes, challenge these three guys as well. Make it difficult for them. They've come all the way from Cork and places like that, so make it difficult for them. I'm saying this being a Limerick man coming from Kerry. So I'm going to hand over to Bevan to do your introduction, Bevan, so if you want to go.
Sure. So I define myself now as an Irish Kiwi. I've been here 7 years in Ireland and got my citizenship a few months ago. The question that came up in my cohort chat group was, do you like Johnny Sexton now? Unfortunately, still no. But yeah, so I've been in Ireland doing technology product management for a company called In-Flight Dublin and In-Flight Entertainment. That was following on from work at Air New Zealand back when I was still in New Zealand. I then went into global payments and switched into the fintech domain. Global payments had acquired a company called Realix, which some of you might know is a payments gateway that does a lot of the payments, particularly for the public sector here. And I've since moved from there into MasterCard, so now part of the big corporates. But probably the significant thing for today's discussion is that I'm in a role that is product operations, and that was I sort of gravitated into that as a result of being on the course and just finding that in both global payments and then in MasterCard, there wasn't a lot of foundation around what is the benchmark for how we do product management, particularly on a payments type product. So I've made a sort of career path for myself out of that and been able to leverage a lot of the learnings and take them and help educate others and give them a framework for how to approach their product management practice on a day-to-day basis.
Great, thanks Bevan. So we're going to go from Dublin now, the Kiwi in Dublin, to the Cork woman in West Cork. So Ita.
Cork contingency over here. Hi everyone, I'm Ita O'Sullivan. I always say that I fell into product backwards. I was working at Google at the time, arguing an awful lot with engineers who kept building me the wrong thing. And it was always all their fault. They just weren't speaking the same language. And really, actually, the postgraduate diploma came around at an amazing time. We started to speak the same language. We had some great results. So it was incredibly formative for my career and my ability to really get the right thing from my customers. So absolutely love it. Still use the techniques. Ramul, I still have your A0 business model canvas folded up at home. And I guarantee you once a year it's pulled out, put up on a wall and posted it to death. So thank you very much. I could do with a fresh one if you still have them. It's a bit ripped. After Google, I left Google to work for a bank. So I went to Bank of Ireland to do disruptive innovation. Slightly outside of the product sphere, although I was also screening and looking for fintech to be part of the bank's new tech stack. From there I went to Musgrave, and I know a lot of Musgravers since have been through this course, really looking at a company that is very proud to say it sells peas and beans, but it sells peas and beans through e-commerce platforms and a whole variety of disruptive business models that need technology. So really great to take on and work in a company that was just starting its journey with product management. And then I had a little foray into a startup, so the first person with the product, with the title product in a startup. That was quite a journey. And after that I went back into a big multinational called Vertex. They're the biggest supplier of tax technology for Fortune 500 companies. And they acquired an Irish company that I work for looking at e-commerce solutions for cross-border tax technology. So a pretty big roller coaster of all different types of companies looking at product management in different ways.
Great, thanks Ita, quite a journey there. And Mossy, do you want to finish off another Cork contingent on your story?
Thanks, Jim. So yeah, I was involved in the original intake for the postgraduate product management way back along with Liam, and prior to that I was in the dark arts of sales and marketing, although I actually probably didn't have any grey hair before I got involved in product. What's interesting is that I moved into product from sales and I hadn't a clue what I was doing, and the course was really the foundation upon which I built my subsequent product career. And the great thing about it was actually I was able to bring stuff back in every month and apply it directly in the product role that I was doing. And actually subsequently I was working for a company called Newsweaver, rebranded to Potlow, but we actually pivoted the entire business based on the kind of product strategy that came out of the course. And that company went from probably being a struggling MarTech company to a hyper-growth enterprise employee communications company, and ultimately it exited to Vista there a couple of years ago for pretty big bucks. So I still rely heavily on what I learned out of it to this day. I've subsequently moved on to Teamwork, another great car company, and the learnings from the course have helped me scale a product org there as well, and a lot of the product operations stuff coming in there as well. So I think the best thing out of it for me in terms of my career coming up along it was actually the peer learning. You know, like today there's a lot of remote stuff, you can do loads of things online. Being in a room with 30 other people struggling with the same problems on a regular basis and being able to bounce that stuff off each other, that's priceless, and I think that's probably the thing that's touched me the most, I think, in the time since then as well. So anyway, that's me.
Great. No, thanks guys for the introductions. And we have apologies actually from Apurmer Kumar, who is the co-founder and CEO of Inspect AI, who was pulled away on business and isn't able to be here today. So he would have been in the class of 2020. So we're trying to get a good distribution across all the years. As I think hopefully you saw from the introductions, you know what we learned on the course, we're still applying today, you know, whether it's in a startup, in a corporate world, you know, everyone's talking still about the business model canvas, which was our first interaction with the postgraduate diploma, so that was really good. So Masi, we're going to stay with you, just coming back this way. So we talk a lot about product-led growth, but where does product-led growth work well, and where does it not work so well from your experience?
So I think PLG, or product growth, it's almost like the second most popular buzzword these days after AI, and everyone thinks they should apply it in all circumstances all the time. It's interesting, I met someone recently, and they're in an enterprise software company, and they were telling me that they were being told they should use PLG, and I was like, I think that's a terrible idea. And so I think it depends on your business and what you're trying to get out of it. So if we take PLG to be kind of a lot of time defined as how can you get your user to value as quickly as possible when they're coming to a product for the first time, you know, like that aha moment. So like at Teamwork, we basically do project management software for professional services companies. Use it for other things, but that's kind of what we focus on. And we built growth teams, we've applied PLG. It's worked well in some instances, but actually not in others. So for example, for the basic use cases that we have in our product for very small businesses, and we built a growth team fully stacked and resourced with all the right things, it worked quite well for that. We were trying to move our business a bit further up to mid-market, where the actual use case and the value prop was a bit more complex. It did not work so well. And in a lot of ways, it didn't work as well because the use cases were more complex. There's way more ambiguity and variability around the use cases. And that's where you still need a human being to get involved a lot of the time. So I think we at the time would have started off saying our business model was almost like product-led growth, or sorry, our go-to-market model was kind of like product-led growth with a sales or a human-assisted touch, to actually saying, well, actually for where we're focusing mid-market now, it tends to actually be more sales-led with a product-led touch. And it requires a human being being involved a lot of the time. They won't buy the product unless the actual product experience is decent. But relying alone on the product, which is what a lot of the product-led stuff tells you, I think that works well in consumer and pure B2C or SMB kind of lower market stuff. As you get into more complex stuff, pure PLG, from my experience at least anyway, and I'd be curious what others think, you have to mix it with the human assisted piece.
Yeah, cool. I can see Paddy nodding right vigorously there around customer and human in the loop, and I'm sure John mentioned it as well. So we'll come back, Ida. You mentioned, like in the introduction, you know, your broad background between being in Google, obviously with Taximo, I think got acquired by Vertex Inc. I mean, how do you see product management different between a startup and a large multinational, or how are you seeing it now different?
Yeah, I think it's such a wide discipline, right? Depending on your company, you need to find the right fit. So, and I think there's two splits. There's that company size and maturity, and there's also company origin of tech, non-tech. And I think that needs a consideration as well. So for your startup, that poor founder, I mean, I frightened him with we're going to do this and this and this. And actually it was sit back, listen. And in that case, really early startup, you were taking somebody's baby, and you know, you need to promise that you're not going to shave its head. And it's really about appreciating where they are, appreciating and building a relationship of trust to try get them to implement stuff. And often early stage startup, we're agile, we're so agile, nothing is documented. And we're so agile that doesn't have a process, someone's just going to do it. But when you get to scale, and in that case, you know, you might be looking for another founding round or even exit, you are going to have to show a certain level of kind of professionalism, right? You know, you're going to have to give someone confidence that if they buy your company, they're not also buying a data breach and be fine with it on the back of it. So really kind of meeting the founder where they're at in that early stage company, and working with them like baby steps. It is the crawl of product management. Bring it in gently, show the benefits, show the wins and little things you can do. Often with customers or so on, right, that customer insight, feed it back. And you know, a founder is typically quite close to their customers, because if they've gotten far enough to hire you, they have a good understanding of a gap in market, and just kind of reinforcing that for them and working with them to build it up and bring in the right amount for the right size company. Then with a large established company, it's very easy in a tech company when you're doing product to kind of get the things you need, get the resources you need, and it's kind of understood, and you get maybe a kind of a clear runway. With a more traditional company that's on the journey to being a tech company, that's another cliche term, right? We're a SaaS company now, or we're on the way, to really kind of make sure they understand the benefits of what they're doing, that we get deeper than the buzzwords, and we actually start to go, well, this is what your product management is for, this is how we're going to use it to grow the company, to meet, if we're going to be a SaaS company, let's talk about SaaS metrics and how your product's going to get you there. That's one as well where I think the journey happens in stages. I've been having a few conversations recently with the concept of safe, like waterfall with a nice title on it, right? But it feels safe for people who suddenly want to be agile and like a SaaS company. And if you're working in a company like that, you might have to understand they're not going to behave like your Googles, and you might have to go on a journey of a few steps, and that's either something you have the appetite for and the patience for or not. So meet your company where they are. Everyone can benefit from product, right? We're the product nerds in this room. We love it. We can evangelize it and bring people on the journey, but we'll have to do that at appropriate pace and steps for that company.
Great. Thanks, Rita. Bevan, I kind of feel a little bit sorry for you, because you've been given all the questions around product operations, and the person who wrote the book on product operations is in the audience here, so it's going to be challenging.
Talking about getting examined.
Yeah, so I'm going to give you an easy question to start with. If you look at product operations and what Denise went through and what John went through around AI, how do you see how do you see AI helping product operations? And do you see any, from your experience with the startup InFly, with MasterCard now, is there any cool AI tools that can help product management?
Yeah, definitely. So seeing quite a few of the kind of product management platforms out there are introducing AI into their features, and they are largely about kind of doing the initial groundwork of getting product briefs, product description documents written up, framing a concept, as well as then taking steps to engage and do the analysis that might go with that. So is there data available that we can pull through that would reflect what direction we might go on a product? The other piece, as I think as we mentioned earlier, was that AI is a great tool to be the calculator, to take us a step further and allow the data analysis to be done faster, quicker, straight off the back of it coming in, and make that kind of bring a democracy to that. A lot of the discussion in the kind of product ops domain has been about product ops enabling product managers to focus on the strategic work and be less about the kind of grind functions that they need to do. And AI is just an extension of that, right? It allows people to avoid having to spend a lot of time or build up a lot of expertise in a particular, whether it be data queries or some of the research and analysis skills, and some of that can be outsourced to AI. I would caution though that you don't want to fully outsource that strategic product management analysis, that real deep thinking that you need to do to gain those insights. We heard about the unmet needs, the latent needs that we're looking for to understand what is the next product that a customer will need to solve a product for them. If you go too far down that AI track, you perhaps then lose sight of that ability to be the mind and the crucial thinker and the strategic value person within the business that has that representation of the voice of the customer in the business, as well as understanding the stakeholders and the constraints of the product, or the vision and the domain that the product's trying to be in.
No, it's great. It's really good. And I think it's like we talked about, I think John mentioned earlier on, it's about finding the right problems that you need to address to apply AI to. And then, like, go back to what Paddy was saying, it's all about bringing the customer and that insight in there as well. It's really important. Moss, we're going to go back to you. Like, again, you know, we're going back 12 years ago since you did a course. I mean, you were working with Populu at the time, which was a startup, got acquired. You've been with Teamwork now. I know over the years you've kind of built product management teams. Like, talk to the audience through about some of the challenges you had about building a product management team, how you went about hiring, how you went about bringing that culture of product management into Teamwork and the successes you've had.
Yeah, so I think finding good people is cliche, but that's definitely the hardest thing about scaling it. I think finding the right people for the stage of growth and development that you're at, and so I suppose maybe even take, for example, what I've experienced at Teamwork, probably 5-6 years at this stage. There were 4 or 5 teams when I came in there initially, operating very disparately, and then we were looking to actually take investment and scale up around the core of the business as well. It was tricky because you're trying to figure out the right blend of probably seniority and experience, while also probably bringing some people through that are inside the business as well. So we actually scaled up to about a dozen product teams a couple of years ago, and we used a mixture of people that we brought in from the outside and people that we were kind of nurturing up through the business. A number of them are here today and have actually gone through the course as well, which has worked out very well. And so one, it's about finding the right people and the right blend of experience and ability. So that's one of the biggest challenges. And then on the other side, actually, and we've touched a lot on the product operations side of things, we would have scaled up a lot with probably not putting the right operational rigors in place. So, for example, like I wouldn't be a huge process junkie naturally, but actually one of the things we learned is that, like, unless you have a certain minimum level of decent process in place and a certain minimum level of consistent decent process in place, it turns into absolute Wild West. And we made some of those mistakes whereby you can't actually compare the velocity of the teams or the quality of the work of the teams, or even the outcomes of the teams, unless you put certain things in place. So actually it's really good here today to hear about this maturing of product operations and how that's coming more center stage. Like, I don't think it was even called that when we were thinking about it really, but like we put things that helped us a huge amount in terms of scaling it and improving what we're doing. We hired a product analyst and put them in, and then suddenly the consistency of the measurement and the insights that were getting improved hugely. We hired a product or UX researcher, and then suddenly the quality of our research operations, the consistency of it, the rigor of it, it improved hugely. And more laterally, we've kind of put somewhere around making sure that actually our approach to process and initiatives is more consistent, and that has improved things significantly as well. So we probably made the classic mistake of scaling without putting the operational part in place, and made loads of mistakes and probably have loads of scars to show for it.
Yeah.
And then subsequently, we've actually probably scaled and built too many teams actually. So like we would have very much followed the Marty Kagan model of autonomous product teams. And we actually probably followed that a little too blindly, as opposed to actually saying what is the right level of autonomy to give to those teams. And we've actually probably tailored that now, where some teams, given the personnel, are fabulous at operating autonomous. So you can basically go, look, we kind of know these are the outcomes we want in this area, this product domain, and what we want you to achieve for the customer, and you kind of just leave them at it. And then other teams, just because of the personalities and the level of experience, you have to probably less autonomy and a bit more accountability and guidance. So I suppose I think someone made the point earlier that you actually have to make the mistakes in order to find that right balance, and that's probably been the learning. So like we kind of went up to 10 or 12 teams. We've actually consolidated some of those teams now and brought them back down, and given more focused remit to some of the teams and put better operational rigor in place. and it's working much better. And so I think that's probably the biggest learning, in that one, when you're scaling it up, is actually realizing what's the right balance of operational kind of rigor that you need to put in place, and what's the right level of autonomy to give to the teams that's aligned to the strategy that you have. And they're probably the two big learnings.
Great. And I think it's fair to say, like on the course, you know, when we did the postgrad in product management, there was a lot of really good tools and processes, like where there was the business model canvas, or there was a lot of stuff on customer mapping. I remember one of the modules we talked about personas, and I was like, where have these been all my life, you know? Like, they were just, you know, you just buy our persona, like we were trying to get deals done as a startup, didn't know why, and then we started understanding the buyer model and all these kind of things. So I think that's the great thing about the courses, it's the applied element, and then when you get into the masters, obviously a little bit more theoretical. Ida, going back again to, you know, a lot of product managers in the room, you know, it's a lonely enough space sometimes, especially if you're in a startup. You know, somebody said earlier on that product management can be seen as a cost rather than helping the bottom line. You know, any guidance you would give from your time at the startups and multinationals about how you ingrain product management into an organization, and, you know, the work you have to do, like was mentioned earlier on about the stakeholder management, what stakeholders do you need to work with to really ingrain it in there?
Yeah, I really wanted to scream out, like, testify when we mentioned about the stakeholder mapping earlier, right? Like, understanding who your stakeholders are, and also I think a sense of where they are. Like, are they positive or are they nervous, and then how far in those spectrums are they is really important. It's quite funny, in Musgrave, you have, like, I did a project for Centra, and I used to say I had 600 stakeholders, because you had every store owner. They, you know, and they run convenience stores. They're not going to be necessarily au fait with the most up-to-date technology or how it could revolutionize their store. So to take people on a journey with you, you need to understand where they are. You need to talk their language. So we might have our wonderful success metrics. We might care about engagement or retention rates, but often in that case, you bring it back to brass tacks, P&L, and the problems that were keeping them up at night, which might have been getting staff. You know, so for example, if you're trying to talk to someone about implementing self-checkout, actually that can just be a necessity, because you can't get someone to stand behind the till. So business casing it for them, you know, kind of taking them on the journey. And the really hard bit of bringing any stakeholder on the journey is at some stage you're going to have to break bad news. And we don't want to do that about our lovely products, right? We want to kind of keep it all behind and just get it fixed. But learning how to break bad news, learning how to say that deadline is now Q3, not Q1, learning how to say something hasn't been prioritized will actually build you that trust in the long run. And that for me was a bit of a game changer. I used to have this newsletter in Google. We were trying to do something. When I think of the amount of stakeholders that got this newsletter of a Monday morning, 6 weekends in a row we failed to launch a piece of technology. And 6 Monday mornings in a row, I had to write that newsletter and explain why. It was a one-page thing with a TLD up the top. And it was probably actually, I mean, we talked about learning through failure. That was, I think, my single lowest part in my career, but also one of the greatest learnings. And ever since, if you're one of my stakeholders, I'm this peppy, smiley person that kind of you can't really get away from, and I'm going to over-communicate to you rather than under-communicate to you. And as a result, we're going to do fine when we need to get our products out there. So regardless of what type company you're in, be a product manager who's transparent, know everyone you need to know, and be a little bit dogged and determined when you have to be as well.
Great, thanks Ida. I think, over-communicate is always good. Just a word of caution for the audience. We're going to open up audience questions in a minute, or if you want to put questions into Slido. Bevan, I suppose the same questions for you, like the slide earlier on from Denise, like head product management versus product operations, and what the differences are. I mean, Ida's talked a lot about product management, stakeholder management. Like, if some of the guys, people in the audience, if there isn't a product operations function in there at the moment in an organisation, or some of the senior leadership team are kind of going, don't really know if I need a product operations function, how do you make that happen? What kind of guidance would you give to the audience to get product operations embedded into organisations?
Well, inevitably, there's always gaps in what you're doing, right? There's gaps in every business and processes and things like that. So I think for us, we've seen it evolve out of some of those gaps and those pain points for what product managers are experiencing, or engineers, or the interaction between the two, in order to make things happen. So I think looking at, your own practice, taking a look inside in a retro, and Mossy mentioned it, like that ability to step back and actually talk about the problems that you have, that we do in with other product managers from different companies. I was quite excited to hear that there's going to be a product management community. That helps you identify where product ops could serve a function, right? So you've probably got some processes, there's probably some way of communicating roadmaps or prioritization or whatever, but inevitably, yes, if you see it yourself, it could definitely improve and evolve. So I think that was an important piece around it, is look internally and say, look, where could we do better? How can we enhance this? And then start to expand that out, and you go from the processes piece to the data, that, whether that be the customer data, the business data, looking at, are we interpreting that correctly? Are we collecting the right pieces of data? John mentioned about getting that feedback, making sure you get feedback at every opportunity, and this is where product ops comes in and underpins that and allows to kind of pursue. I don't want to use the phrase best practices now that you mentioned about. Good practices or improved practices, but yeah, always identifying where there's an opportunity to go a bit more efficient, go a bit more, a bit deeper reach into your teams and across your stakeholders, and make sure that what you're doing is really underpinning what your company is trying to achieve with your customers, with your product vision, and with what your founder, your CEO, has been set out from your management to achieve.
Okay, thanks, Bevan. I'm sure yourself and Denise are going to have great conversations over lunch. So we're going to move to the questions from Slido. So Jason Leonard has a good question. Mossy, you might think about this because you mentioned it a little bit. For companies that are more sales-led than product-led, how does this affect a product manager's role? How can product managers ensure that they still add value and develop their career in a more sales-led than product management organisation?
I think in simple terms, if the salespeople don't have a good product to sell, nobody has much of a career, or that company doesn't go very long. So I think in the specific environment where maybe the go-to-market model is more sales-led than product-led, like a lot of the product-led principles still hold. Like the product, it has to solve a problem, it has to have a value proposition, it has to provide value. And you still want it to be as easy as possible for the target buyer and target customer, target user to get to that value as quickly as possible. Those things might sound blindingly obvious, right? But they're kind of universal truths. You do still want that. I think where maybe the whole product-led thing has been a bit misconstrued is that everyone assuming that, well, you don't need sales teams anymore, or you don't need customer success teams anymore. And I think the question you have to ask yourself is, for the product that we sell, what level of human assistance or human intervention is required in order to make the customer successful? How much of that burden can the product shoulder, and how much does it require a human being to provide that? So, like in simple terms, I think we should always be striving in product to do as much of that as reasonably possible, but recognizing where it still requires a human being to intervene. So for instance, I think if the product can do more and the salesperson can focus on pointing out the value in a sales-led environment, that's a huge help. If the product can do more in terms of simplifying the onboarding experience, that's a huge help. And it actually then makes your human-assisted teams more effective, then I think that usually works well. So in our own particular experience, we've actually focused on the product growth side of things, do those pieces really well where the user would expect to be able to get something simple done quickly and easily. And then with the more complex use cases, give them an initial taste of value, and such that then when a salesperson does intervene, they've seen that it can provide some value, and then they can speak with that human being about that higher value. So that'll be kind of my sense.
Great, thanks, Mossy. We've just time for two final questions. So I can either take them from here, or if there's a burning question in the audience. There is a burning question in the audience, is there? Any question? Yeah, just right up the very back there. Yeah, gentleman in the suit. So this will be either for Bevan or for Rita, so be ready.
All right, thanks. How do you manage competing customer feature requests when you're trying to ship the best products as product managers, and put that killer product out there and avoiding feature creep?
So, Isa?
So first of all, we need to understand, is this a request for one customer or a request that multiple customers will benefit from? And if it's one customer, are they a huge part of your book of business or not, right? So we work in enterprise sales. Sometimes we close deals where we will build something on the back of a request from one customer, but that will literally be worth millions to us. When it comes to prioritizing requests, it's the same kind of thing about that reach, that revenue value. I am a huge fan as well of cost of delay. So I had a great training on the full cost of delay methodology, but I just try to bring it down to a simpler version, which is just trying to understand the urgency of an ask and if that urgency fades over time or not. And then t-shirt sizing kind of things based on looking at your backlog with that cap on. So look, depending on your business size, if you also have enterprise sales, there might be some customer requests you can't get away from. You might even choose to keep some of your dev cycle for customer requests every quarter. But then just know either it matters a lot for one customer and you have a lot of revenue in the back of it, or it will be beneficial to multiple customers. And then that urgency question, you got to be careful with sales teams, of course, because if they're saying, we won't sign this deal without it, sometimes you need to pull and interrogate that and go, is that really true? Do you want me to get on a call with them and we'll fish out if we can solve it in a different way for 12 to 18 months and, prioritize with maybe a more realistic sense of urgency as well.
Great. So we're going to finish with a final audience question on product ops. So it's a question from Ayash, who asks, how do you find, this is for you, Bevan, how do you find a balance between building features that product ops insights tells you versus what your strategic high-value customers want you to build? So it's similar.
Well, I think it's a very similar answer to the previous one. It's understanding, is it one customer, is it multiple customers, does it fit with the direction of the product, does it fulfill the value that can be achieved from the product and ultimately lead to some success. And I think product ops is looking at to kind of come in behind that and make sure that the product managers are asking that question and they're not kind of coasting along. And I think one thing I've been discussing with friends and colleagues here today was I'm in MasterCard now. I've come from Global Payments, both big corporate American companies, where a lot of product managers are under the umbrella of a high revenue company, and they're not really exposed to those challenges of, if I build something and it doesn't make money, are we going to go out of business? Are we going to miss it on paying wages for that month or anything? So I think as product ops, one of the challenges that's been put to me by our leadership is, can we put a bit more rigor around those choices of features, of functionality of what we're building, and that comes back to the data and the insights and challenging them to make sure that they are examining all of the demands on the product from the different types of customers that we have, and looking to identify metrics early to say, are we going to be able to measure and see whether or not this is a success? And what is success? Is this something that is driving new revenue, and can we track that? Is it enabling another product or another revenue driving product, or is it something that is necessary for customer stickiness? If we don't do this, we start to fall below the kind of minimum requirements. And I think if we're going to refer back to things from the course, the Kano analysis was really good for that, to identify those different types of features and where they are. So quite often I find that product managers are they're well on their way to producing the artifacts, getting involved with engineering without actually knowing what is the end outcome of this feature, product, whatever enhancement. And so product ops is really trying to drive that thinking and put discipline into it right through to retrospective, where we look back on those enhancements and say, did that drive the outcomes that we were expecting, or have we spent a whole bunch of time building something that we didn't get anything out of?
Great. So we're going to wrap there. So I suppose, look, hopefully in the last 30 minutes, what we hope to kind of achieve there was, link back to some of the other discussions earlier today. I mean, I think what I've kind of heard there is, the importance of product management, whether you're a startup, whether you're multinational, I suppose the importance of the course, the postgrad and the masters, that the learnings we got from that, I sad to say 12, 13 years ago now, are still being applied today. So that's been really good. I think, hopefully you heard the second element there was the voice of the customer, how important customer insight is, and bringing that into the product management function. And then I suppose if you kind of bring a future focus, the importance of AI and how we can use AI to get those kind of key insights and bring that, get the importance of good data analytics and AI from there. So look, Claire gave a brief to the three guys on Friday when we did the last debrief. They were going to bring a companion of knowledge and experience to this panel discussion. So hopefully you got that knowledge over the last 30 minutes. Thanks for your time and attention.
Okay, so just coming to a close now. Thanks to our panel and to our expert moderator. More great insights for us all to take away. I'm not going to talk to you too much more about, I suppose, the programs. There's literature outside for those of you that are interested, but I suppose if I was to summarize, and you've heard a lot of it there, a postgraduate diploma and MSc program offering really strong foundational content on strategy and leadership, innovation, design, parts of finance, and then deep kind of discipline expertise and product management in a very highly experiential setting with a lot of application to your own business and to case study organizations. But probably what you took away most there, an opportunity to really engage with a really, really world-class faculty and a really strong peer network. So thanks again to our panel. I'm going to pass over to Claire now just to wrap us up. Thank you.
Thanks, Colin, and thanks again very much to the panel. I suppose I will be brief. I think that human side, Mossy and others mentioned it, the power of connecting with your fellow professionals, and lunch is all about that. So I'm not going to stand too long between you and your lunch. I guess two things then. One, it's always good to stop with or finish on a gift. And so if anyone would like to apply for a scholarship on the next round of the product management program, then please feel free to do so. Closing date 21st of January. You snooze, you lose. So quick turnaround on that. I'm just going to finish with some thank yous and some observations. I had so many observations that I decided I'd just leave them over there because you'd be here until 2 o'clock and that's not going to work for anybody. I'm looking at Denise, and basically the one of many key observations from that. But strategy layers you mentioned and strategic alignment is why are we here, and why does any of the product ops matter, and why does any of the data matter? There was echoes of that in John's talk on AI, which is solving a problem by drowning it in data is not the same as, this is actually on my fridge at home. Drowning a problem in data is not the same as solving the problem. And John's point again and again was, what is the problem we're solving, and have we actually audited that? We got that right. Paddy then, walk a mile in your customer's shoes, a little bit about getting out of the office, or as it is for many of us today, getting out of the back bedroom. How do you get into that customer space? How do you cut your teeth in it? My team at the Enterprise Academy do customer discovery all the time. It's hard work. It's hard to get it right. So how do you practice and just get easier with that? And I will kind of add that if you do rigorous research in an academic environment, you will cut your teeth and you will learn those ethics. So another plug for what we do here at TU Dublin. I guess Richa, really thinking about what she said and just picking out one thing there is the Wayne Gretzky quote, skate to where the puck will be. So try not to get too focused in the problems and the opportunities today. We also need to be looking ahead. I think I've probably covered everybody because I don't need to repeat the last panel. That's all fresh in your minds. I think one thing I would say, we had a conference on AI kind of and its impact and consequence for learning and applied learning back in June. And for me, one of the things that I learned from that was the danger of what Veed calls techno-fetishism. And it can apply in product management generally. Don't focus on the technology, focus on what you're trying to do with it. And I think it's a mistake that we all make. We can just fall into it and get so excited about the product or the thing or the widget or the whatever it is. And does anybody really care? And that's back to you know, the viability, I'm now losing the threads, but is it viable? Is it desirable? And what's the other one? Viability? Feasible. Thank you very much. Well, you've all listened earlier, so that's great. And you're all experts. So I'll finish there, but I think what I'm hoping is that you've all distilled your learning from that, because we really appreciate you taking the time to be here. Everybody's busy. It doesn't matter what way we look. It's just busy. But hopefully you've gotten benefit and kind of drawn a bit of learning, and even something that you can take back to the office and discuss with colleagues. That would be great. Just thank you to the team. I guess, first of all, thank you to all the speakers. Really an amazing session. I learned loads. So, I would say, again, Lenny's podcast, there's so many resources out there in product management now. There's every way you look, there's learning, right? But it's a question of blending that all together and solving your own problems in that way. Anyway, so thanks to the panel, and thanks to our alumni, and to Colin. I think really thanks to the team who's pulled this together. So in fact, there's 3 elements to that. The team at Technology Ireland Digital Skillnet. I'm not going to mention names actually there, because I'll probably miss out on a few people. Well, I will actually, so it's all about the humans. So Michelle and Shauna and others in Technology Ireland Digital Skillnet. Our colleagues in the Graduate Business School, Justine and Colin in particular, and also Barbara, who is our program manager on the core product management program. And last but not least, my own team in the Enterprise Academy, in particular, Will, Jerry, and Mary, and indeed Peter. Just nothing would work without you. So thank you very much for pulling it all together. And I think we'll call it a wrap for the day. And enjoy a catch-up over lunch. We'll see some of you for a CPO roundtable at 2:30. Important point to note, I think, or 2 important points to note are, 1, the community of practice that Una announced earlier. We'll communicate with you about where that's going to happen and when, but certainly we've got some food for thought for that from today. And also a plug, because I met Simon earlier, the volunteer team who run Product Camp on the 2nd Thursday in June. So just read that. It's always the 2nd Thursday in June, and it's always somewhere on a TU Dublin campus, so we'll find a space. But apparently they met last night, so the plans are afoot for Product Camp again, and we hope to see you all back at that, if not before. Thank you very much, everyone.